wipe away all of these people who you were supposed to save from idolatry. I'm just going to kill them all because they are already breaking the commandments, and they have made their own day to celebrate me with idols, right? With their own traditions, with their own ways of worship. God was ready to wipe these people out for that. And so Moses intercedes for them and says, "No, Lord, because you have said that you are going to deliver your people for your name's sake to the land where you said that you would do it. So please do not destroy them." All right, he intercedes for the people. But you see the heat of God's anger for creating their own holiday. Now, you also will notice this. Again, thank you to the Muslim people who want to come in and argue against Christianity. We're talking about Judaism. We're not talking about Christianity. So when you look at that story about how God gets so upset at his people for creating their own holiday, a holiday that he did not instruct out of his own mouth. And here's this book, Esther, that creates this holiday called Purim. All right. Now, did God tell Esther or Mordecai that they should celebrate a female savior for saving God's people without any instruction from God? Did God command Esther or Mordecai or the people to do this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Purim is actually originated in Babylon. All right. So it also claims down here at the bottom of the picture that Esther in Song of Songs, okay, if you read Song of Songs, it's very illicit compared to the rest of the books of the Bible. And I mean in a sexual manner. If you actually sit down and you read it, it has nothing to do about God. Nothing at all. It talks about a lover, lovers, and one writing about the other. Nothing to do with God. So, you look at the book of Esther, and we're going to continue to look to see where we can find it. The book of Esther is at the center of the Jewish festival of Purim. It is read aloud twice from a handwritten scroll, usually in their place of worship during the holiday. It is read once in the evening, again in the following morning. So they're celebrating it basically for 2 days. This is what we understand of it so far. The distribution of charity to those in need and the exchange of gifts of food, they are also practiced and observed on the holiday that are mandated in the book. Okay, so I just want to understand, are these Jewish people today who are keeping Purim, are they going to their non-Jewish brothers and sisters who are poor, for those who are in need, to give them gifts, to take care of them? Are you being visited by your Jewish brothers and sisters? Are you receiving anything from them on Purim? Oh, you're not. Okay. So the distribution and charity to those in need are explicitly to their own people. Okay, because I don't see any Jews going around in any neighborhood and giving anything to the poor specifically on Purim. Now, the book of Esther is set in the Persian capital of Susa or Shushan in this year of supposedly Xerxes, right? Ahasuerus. Nobody can find this king in any Persian document of Ahasuerus, okay? We can't find him. We don't know who this king is in the book of Esther. No actual archaeological find has ever mentioned this king's name. And they were very diligent to keep the king's list in Babylon. It doesn't matter which era of Babylon, but they were always very diligent to keep a king's list. And there is no Ahasuerus in the Persian king's list. So they are usually, look at this, usually identified in modern sources as Xerxes, which is a Greek name. Okay. It is usually identified as him. Well, who else is it also identified as? So this monarch is, and that the events described in Esther are thought to fit most closely with him. So there's no definitive that this king in the book of Esther is actually Xerxes, or that this is an actual truthful event that has ever even happened. All right. Now it's going to talk to you about the setting where this is at. Now, would it be, okay, they believe that the book of Esther is truthful, right? Because of only one reason, that the writer of the book of Esther well knows how Persian society, specifically this city of Shushan, how it is set up, how these people operate, descriptions of the city itself. That's the only reason. But the strange thing is that the Jewish people would be very well understood of Persia and its kingdom, because it is just another uprising of Babylon after the Chaldeans had ruled Babylon. And why would they know how the Persian dynasty was operating and what the description of the city was? Well, that's very easy, because when God had exiled them from their land under King Nebuchadnezzar, who was a Chaldean king, the majority of them remained in Babylon. They did not go back to the land. So I just thought it was strange that as a Christian, we're never really taught about how most of them didn't go back to their homeland. You know, this is why they took the census when they returned, and Nehemiah documents this, that there's a large portion of Israelites that are missing, but they all left. They weren't all unalived by the king. They were just sent to go live in Babylon. So it makes sense that they were understood of this new kingdom of Babylon, all right? And how they would understand how this city of Susa was in operation, and the description of it, and how people there were living, because they also had been living there for hundreds of years. So they are assuming that this fake king is indeed Xerxes the First, even though nothing of any recorded history of Xerxes himself has anything to do with this book of Esther. There's no documentations saying that Xerxes had given legal authority to prevent his other participants, right? Because these other people who are trying to unalive this society of Jews in Persia, it was the elites who rule alongside, with him. It's like when you look at Great Britain or the King of England hundreds of years ago, and how he would have all of his, lords and ladies living in the palace with him. This is kind of the situation there as well. But we don't have any information about Xerxes or these particular people who are mentioned by name or title in the book of Esther. They're just not in any Persian records that Xerxes had allowed, because of his wife, to overturn his previous dictation of unaliving all of these Jews. So it seems like it's a very fabricated story. Now they say Josephus, all right, he makes commentary on Esther Rabbah, and also the Christian theologian Bar, Hebraeus. So, it sounds like a very Jewish name, as well as the Greek Septuagint translation of Esther, instead identifies this king as Artaxerxes I, which is an offspring of Xerxes I. So which king is it? Is it Xerxes I, or is it Artaxerxes I, Or is it Artaxerxes II? They just simply cannot nail down which Persian king it was that was married to Esther. They just simply cannot nail down which generation of this family that this has happened in, which is strange because, again, we've got tons of documentation from the Persian Empire and its king's list, and Ahasuerus is not one of them. So, now it does continue to identify perhaps who it might be, even though they're still not fully understood of who it actually is. So they just start making things up. Now, this is the introduction of the book of Esther that is handwritten, part of Cairo Geniza, this digital collection of Yun's, so at some library in the University of Haifa. Now, I want you to look at this language that this introduction is written in. Now, this is what we would call Block Hebrew. All right. Can you guys tell me what year that Block Hebrew alphabet was initially created? 160 AD. Okay, 160 AD. Sure, absolutely. You're going to have to do a cleanse. I would really recommend doing 5 cups of fresh celery juice, not stuff that's prepackaged. Buy a juicer. Borrow somebody's if you don't have money. 5 cups of celery juice. Drink it within 25 minutes. You will be in the bathroom all day. But get all that garbage out of you. It will remove parasites. It will remove bacteria. You need to do a full flush. If you're not ready to do that, I would definitely recommend kombucha, true fermented foods. You don't want to use Bragg's. Maybe like a White House brand of apple cider vinegar with Mother, because Bragg's got bought out by a Satanist and she's completely ruined the formulation and it's not as effective anymore. You also need to mineralize your body. You need to take burdock root. You need to take sea moss. You can take it in capsules. You can buy them off of Etsy. They're pretty relatively cheap. With also vitamins, bioavailable iron with vitamin D and also a magnesium complex that will get your immune system back up. And I would do a parasite cleanse with fenbendazole for 5 days, dosed according to weight. You can get it in a syringe at a farm store, okay? Or you could do ivermectin, which was actually formulated for humans and is found acceptable for all animal kind, any kind of mammal. You could do that for 5 days as well. Take it with a binder like bentonite clay. You can get that off of Amazon, a very small bag for a few dollars. But until then, I pray for you, but you have to be proactive with yourself and what you choose to put into your body. So I hope that any of that has been helpful to you. All right. So back to Esther. They're showing you this book of Esther, and it's written in this block Hebrew, which isn't formulated. The initial alphabet does not come into an existence until around or just after the time of Jesus Christ. And they don't even use, the supposed Israelites during the time of the end of the Second Temple. They're not even using block Hebrew or cursive block Hebrew during this time period. They're using the Aramaic language that doesn't really resemble the Hebrew block or cursive Hebrew block alphabet. And we understand this because their Talmud and their Torah, which means the Old Testament, all of that's written in Aramaic until about 300 AD, 400 AD, where they start trying to translate it from the Aramaic into this Hebrew alphabet. Now, the weird thing about this language is that it is mostly a lump sum of Eastern European Germanic languages, but the alphabet itself is of definition of Canaanite and Phoenician language, like they use the definitions from their pictographic language, but the language itself stems from a Syriac language called Aramaic, which was being in use by Jews in Judea during that time period. So their Babylonian Talmud, which is like 550 AD, and their Jerusalem Talmud, which is around 300 AD, are both originally written in Aramaic, and then later on, about 700 AD, is when they are both fully translated into this Hebrew block letters. So I'm curious to know if they mention, like, what are the original Esther copies? What language is it in? Is it in Aramaic? Is it in Phoenician/Canaanite? Is it in Chaldean? What language is it written in? Or this cursive block Hebrew or block Hebrew? So that's my question. So we'll see if they show anything or give any evidence of the supposed original Esther, because they don't even have them in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, the book of Esther is not even found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they are saying that that is from 250-ish BC is when that they were deposited there and that community had lived there. So if Esther isn't even available in 250 BC, and they say that that's about the time that it was recorded and should have been well passed around to these people by then, the Wikipedia says this, where's it at in the Dead Sea Scrolls? They just don't seem to have it. So it talks about the plot of the story is structured around banquets. Okay. A word that occurs 20 times in Esther, but only 24 times total in the rest of the Hebrew Bible, meaning in the rest of the Old Testament manuscripts. Now, this is appropriate given that Esther describes the origin of a Jewish feast called Purim. But Purim itself is not subject, and no individual feast in the book is commemorated by Purim. So the book's theme, rather, it is a reversal of destiny through a sudden and unexpected turn of events. The Jews seem destined to be destroyed, but instead all of them are saved. In a literary criticism, such a reversal is termed as peripety. Now, while on one level, its use in Esther is simply a literary or aesthetic device, on another, it is structural to the author's theme, suggesting that the power of God is at work behind the human events. Yes. So that's what we're discussing right now, right? We're discussing about how this book is a farce. So the last time that we had read this, the last time that we had read the Wikipedia, it gets down to, as you keep reading in the little subsections, it starts discussing that this book is a romantic, they give a particular literary term for it, but it's like a romanticized story, and it's to provide an origin for this modern feast or a Babylonian feast in Jewish customs, all right? So I screenshotted the whole Wikipedia. They have changed it just this month and redacted a bunch of stuff from it. And they have been redacting things out of the Wikipedia. Like I said at the beginning of this, we were looking, I had first showed when was the last time that this Wikipedia page had been edited? September 2025. And then before that, the month before. And there's just these continuous edits onto this page that is redacting a bunch of information or removing citations because they found them incorrect, right? So that should be a little concerning to you guys. Now it says that it has more Akkadian and Aramaic loan words than any other biblical work. Now, I just told you guys that the block Hebrew and the cursive block Hebrew is not created until around the time and after of Jesus Christ as a way for them to keep their satanic religion covert, hidden from all the rest of the world. And that the language that they speak itself of this pretended original Hebrew, It is actually a mashup of Eastern Germanic language, because if you look at the Yiddish language that they all speak, okay, if they are a Hebrew-speaking people, if you compare the Yiddish to this supposed original Hebrew language, everything's exactly the same. How they speak things, how they write things, the alphabet is exactly the same. So how is a Yiddish Germanic mashup language the exact same as the supposed original Hebrew? It is a European invention, okay? Because Germanic peoples are Europeans. Remember that bunches and bunches of people throughout history have been converting into this religion because that is their goal, is to convert people into their faith. It's not spoken about hardly ever, but that is the goal of their of their people, is to convert everybody to their religion, which is they say themselves, the rabbis say themselves, even about their oral traditions, which they do have recorded in like basically an encyclopedia volume set, which we call the Talmud, right? The religion itself is adaptable to every culture that that group of people eventually move into, because they're always moving from country to country to country to nation and nation and nation, because they keep getting exiled because all the disgusting things that they're always doing, and God keeps punishing them. So it makes sense that this very Eastern Germanic speaking people who have come from Ukraine and Poland and Germany and blah, 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 right? That this language has mutated through history. And it was a creation after the time of Christ to keep their secrets. All right, now, again, the letters, the alphabet itself is derived from Aramaic, but the definitions of the words, or how they use the alphabet, the written alphabet, how they use that itself is more of like a Canaanite Phoenician type of understanding of how the alphabet works. So it's a mashup of, like a mishmash of all kinds of languages, whether it be writing or whether it be audible, the spoken language. Now, this book of Esther has more Akkadian and Aramaic loan words than, and these are both Babylonian, okay, Babylonian peoples, loan words than any other biblical work. And the names of the key protagonists, Mordecai and Esther, for example, have been read as allusions to these gods, Marduk and Ishtar, which we would understand are the Baals and the Ashtoreths that God divorced the Jews for worshiping. So this is a symbolic writing. And this is exactly like how their Zohar works, how their Kabbalah works. It is an illusionary story. So like if you talk to the Talmudists and the Kabbalists about the Zohar, they will tell you, yeah, you can read the Zohar, right? But its actual meaning is not literally recorded on the pieces of paper that you're reading from. It says one thing, but it means another. This is double speak, okay? This is how they always operate. They always operate in this very ambiguous, illusionary language that you have to read between the lines of what they're saying or writing down, or else you're not going to understand. And if you are not initiated into esoteric occultism, you're not going to understand what they're saying. You know, so you are hurting your soul. You are going to hurt your soul if you try to dig into these esoteric teachings, you know, because it perverts the way that you think. It destroys your soul. But if you become familiarized with how they operate, you don't have to dig into all of those esoteric teachings, all right? You just have to be a pattern recognition type of a person. You have to recognize the patterns of the people and how they speak and what they're really meaning. So they are saying that the book of Esther, having more of these two different groups of Babylonian people loanwords than any other biblical work, okay, because God is not of Babylon. So why is this very Babylonian sounding? and that they think that these protagonists, Mordecai the uncle and Esther the niece, that they are allusions to the god Marduk and Ishtar. Because if you look at these stories of the Baals and the Ashtoreths, according to the occult, and it doesn't matter which country, which culture, which group of people through history, even to present day, this god can operate as a single god, which is androgyne, or it will operate as an unholy trinity, okay? A female portion, a male portion, who come together in some kind of incestuous relationship to bear an offspring, or it will talk just about familial relations without completely alluding to the fornication. So when you're looking at this Marduk and Ishtar illusion, okay, which is supposed to, it says, who symbolizing respectively Babylonia and Assyria. They are the twin powers who have brought down the fall of the city Susa or Shushan, where the narrative of Esther is set, where this Elamite god, Humban or Human, you can compare him to Haman, has exercised divine sovereignty. Okay, so their demons of Assyria and Babylonia have destroyed the gods of Shushan, or the god of Shushan, who is Human or Humban. And what do they practice in Purim? Purim practices like eating Haman's ears. These ear-shaped loaves of bread or pieces of pastry. What do the Jews have to do? And I'm asking not as being hateful, but I'm sincerely wondering, why are Jews celebrating the death of Shushan, that city, their god, Haman? Why are they celebrating that? Did God command them to celebrate the death of demons? Did God tell them to celebrate the other demons who destroyed the demon of that city? Did God command these people to bake loaves of bread or pastries in the shape of a false god's ear and to take upon this celebration of his death? Okay, so did God give these instructions anywhere in the Old Testament? Out of the mouth of God did he declare this? Absolutely not. Okay, absolutely not. So we're going to look at the next page. So they make these pastries in the shape of Haman's ear, and this in Near Eastern ritual celebration of Ishtar, this female. Okay, now if you look at these stories of Ishtar, Semiramis, what are her other names in the Bible? Asherah, names like that. There's a lot of A names, okay, because you're looking at different cultures through different time periods of history. So she is almost always going to be symbolic of not a literal god, not even like an angel, a fallen angel, anything, right? She is the equivalent of a woman who has achieved the Philosopher's Stone in alchemy, right? Alchemy is the medieval time. It is that period's time of resurrecting the ancient Kemetic religion of these 4 stages of transitioning into godship. Okay, so an apotheosis, essentially. So she is representative of a female human who has apotheosised into a godship position by becoming basically possessed by another spirit. Because that is the goal of Satanism, is to become possessed by demons to attain godship. You come into the symbiotic relationship with it. And you do this through different practices per culture. So this is celebrating, okay, Purim is the celebration It says, of eating Haman's ear, which is an Elamite god. And this is a ritual celebration of Ishtar's cosmic victory, right? So an inversion of God. Likewise, other elements in Purim customs, such as making a racket with a ratchet, meaning making noises with noisemakers, masquerading, so putting on masks, and drunkenness. So it's like a drunken orgy. It's like when you go down to, like, I live here in the West in America, it's like when you guys go down to New Orleans, they're having their celebration there, and you guys wear your little masquerading masks, and you make noise, and you show your boobs because you're drunk, and you get your beads, right? This is literally satanic worship. All of this. Like, the things we do here in the West are a very watered down, relabeled satanic form of satanic worship. And they usually transpire on pagan deity days or satanic holy days. So this is also stating that it is masquerading or putting on costumes to cover your actual person, and drunkenness have been adduced to propose that such a kind of pagan festival, akin to the rites associated with Ishtar of Nineveh, which shares these same exact features, lay behind the development of the story of Esther. So let's go see what God himself, the God that they pretend to serve of the Bible, let's go see what the God himself says about Israelites picking up pagan practices and dedicating it to God. We're going to turn to, let's see. We will turn to Deuteronomy chapter 12, because this is Moses recapping every law he's ever told all the Israelites when he brings them out of the Kemetic idolatry of Egypt and Pharaoh. Now, if they say that they obey the Torah, and they say that they believe in this God, then they should be reading the actual Torah and obeying the God that they say that they serve, right? So you just read here on the Wikipedia that the Jewish observance is exactly coordinated with the celebration of Ishtar's cosmic victory, and that the practices they keep of baking these pastries in the shape of ears, that for the celebration of the victory over the Elamite god Haman. Let's see what God says about the Israelites participating in this. Now, they've already made it into the land by the time that Esther, by the time that Esther, the story of this, the supposed happening of this has already transpired. They've already been in the land for a very long time prior to this. In and out of it, by the way. Now, this is Deuteronomy chapter 12. He says, take diligent heed that you eat no blood, for the blood is the life of it. And the life you shall not eat with the flesh. So they're imitating baking these breads and pastries as a imitation of Haman's ear, right? This Elamite god. So they're doing an imitation of eating flesh, and they do have conspiracy stories spread that they are mixing human blood in with these pastries, okay? And they don't just do it then, they do it at Passover as well. So again, these are not facts. This is rumors that are spread by them. And these rumors, we definitely should dispel. We should make sure that we're not repeating them and trying to pass them off as truth, because they would never do that. Okay. He says, you will pour the blood out onto the ground as if water. You will not eat it, so that it can be well with you, and that your son and your sons after you, if you shall do that which is good and pleasing before the Lord your God. Now he says down here, beware and hearken, and you shall do all the commands which I, God, charge you, so that it can be well with you and your sons forever, if you shall do that which is pleasing and good before the Lord your God. Now, he says, if the Lord your God shall utterly destroy the nations to whom you go in thither to inherit their land, because remember, they took over the Canaanites' land, from before you, and you shall inherit it to dwell in their land, take heed to yourself that you seek not to follow after them, and how they are destroyed before you, saying, how do these nations act towards their gods? I will do likewise. You shall not do so to your God. So don't take what they do to their gods and give it to the God of this Bible. He says, because they have sacrificed to their gods the abominations of the Lord, which he hates. For they burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. Now, even the rabbis agree this isn't just a literal burning, which they do in these other nations, right? But it's also transitioning your children to become eunuchs, okay? To invert what they were born to be. That is also burning your children in the fire, because they call the bloodletting after they castrate them. They call the bloodletting the burning. All right. I know a lot of Christians don't know and understand that, but that's what that's speaking of as well. He says, every word that I command you this day, it you shall observe to do. You will not add to it, neither will you diminish from it. Now we're in Deuteronomy chapter 12. The Lord has already given his 7 high feast days. He's already given them the heads of the months. He has already given them the Sabbath. He has already given them the 10 commandments and the breakdown of the 10, which is the 613. Okay, all the 613 commandments is the explanation of, you shall not put any God above me. You will not make any idol and worship me alongside the idols. You will not make my name profaned in the world. You will not break the Sabbath. You will honor your parents. You will not commit adultery. You will not murder. You will not lie. You will not steal. You will not covet. All the 613 laws explain to you, what does it mean of these 10 commandments? And if you mess up, how do you fix the sin, right? So we understand that the Lord has just said, don't take what they do to their gods and do it unto me. You can't add to the word, and you can't take away from the word. You can only do what I, God, command you to do. So let's get back to the Wikipedia of Esther. When you see that Esther describes the origin in 250 BC, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after we just saw God speak through Moses and told him, don't add to and don't take away, that this Feast of Purim, it is the only book that mentions this Feast of Purim, and that it is what? Mostly Akkadian and Aramaic, Babylonian, all right? And that these protagonists in the story are allusions to the god Marduk and Ishtar, who have conquered the Elamite god Human or Haman, all right? So the Jews practice making ear-shaped loaves of bread or pastries, which is very similar to the celebrations of Ishtar. All right, very similar to these celebrations. Now, again, the rumors is that they're mixing actual human sacrifices into these pastries, including the blood, which we also read. They are not allowed to eat the blood. Now, there are other elements of their traditions of this celebration that they just decided to make up. Is making loud noises with a ratchet type of device, masquerading, meaning putting on like basically Halloween costumes, and drunkenness. Now, if you understand anything about the occult, if you've ever seen the movie like Eyes Wide Shut, what are they doing? Okay, most satanic rituals, specifically when you are committing great fornication against the true God, it involves illicit substances or drunkenness. Okay, more often than not. And this is to help people to commit these great sins. Because what do they call alcohol? Spirits. What does it do? Inebriates you. So your soul, your spirit is inebriated. For what purpose? Because there's always room for another spirit in your body or spirits. And so we understand that if it's inebriating your spirit, this is a doorway for other evil spirits to come and inhabit you and to use your body, even if it's just temporary, to commit these lascivious acts. And so does other illicit substances. That also helps, even if it's just temporary, possession of foreign spirits. So again, the masquerading, putting on a mask because you hide your true identity and then you get drunk so other spirits can come into you, have been adduced to propose that such a kind of pagan festival akin to the rites associated with the Ishtar of Nineveh, so it's Babylonian worship that they've adopted, which shares these same features. So what did Wikipedia just tell us? The Book of Esther was literally written so that they can confirm this origin story of a Babylonian worship practice on a Babylonian holy day, and to make it acceptable to the people for future generations. So now that we understand its purpose, it's going to continue to discuss about the elements of the story, which we don't need to read. You have a Bible, you can pull it out, you can look at it yourself. You will never find God speak to anybody. You will never see anybody speaking to God. You will never find a male prophet who turns the people away from their sins or calls them to turn away from their own sins. Excuse me. So it continues to discuss about the story. And for the sake of time, we're not going to read it. Now, the authorship and date. The Megillat Esther, meaning the Book of Esther, became the last of the 24 books that are canonized by the sages of the Great Assembly, which is the Knesset. Okay, I want you to understand that. When they say the Knesset, it means the great, meaning the great elders, the great assembly of elders. So Knesset literally means the great, all right? So these sages are Talmudists who do not come into an existence until after the time of Jesus Christ. So how can the Book of Esther, being the last book that is put into the Hebrew Bible, being canonized by the sages of the Great Assembly, according to the Talmud, okay, which is not biblical at all. It's just a bunch of writings about these weird, perverted rabbis and their false interpretations, these lying scribes. According to the Talmud, it is a redaction by the Great Assembly of the original text by Mordecai, which we don't have that. It is usually dated to the 4th century BCE. Okay, but they don't know, right? Where's the 4th century BCE Book of Esther? We don't have one. How about a 3rd century? We don't have one. How about a 2nd or a 1st? Or the time of Christ? Okay? So where are the evidences of this book? Because when you look at the reign of the Persian Empire itself, and they don't know if it's Xerxes the First or Artaxerxes the First or Artaxerxes the Second that this king is in the Book of Esther, when was this Persian Empire really big? When is this story of Esther? When does this actually transpire? Okay. And how did they immediately have a book? We don't even have immediate books of the revelation of Jesus Christ, which we call the Gospels. We don't even have that until after the 1st century AD, right? Because all of the disciples of the apostles, besides the Apostle Paul, And even John, the apostle of Jesus Christ, he lives well a long time after Jesus Christ and doesn't start writing down anything until a very long time while like he's on the island of Patmos, right? So these writings aren't even for Jesus Christ, aren't even coming into an existence in the same exact time period of Jesus Christ. But they immediately have a book of Esther. Crazy. So this book of Esther, which is included in the Septuagint, which is they say 289 BC, but there is also, that's speculation. It could be a little bit later. So in the early 200s. Now, he says the Greek book of Esther, included in the Septuagint, is a retelling of these events of the Hebrew book of Esther. Okay, they didn't even have Hebrew during that time period. They didn't even have this Hebrew that we just saw the book of Esther in a picture in the Wikipedia. They didn't even have that language during that time period. But they're saying it's a retelling of that because they were using the Aramaic. Okay, so how is the Greek a retelling of the Hebrew? All right, and it also has additional traditions that aren't even in the Hebrew. So the story is inconsistent. But you can find the books of Isaiah from the Dead Sea Scrolls to what they used in the temple before Christ even came to modern day, and all the books of Isaiah are identical. Crazy. You know? So I want you to like think about if they can't even be consistent with the story from one language to another in a language that they say that it came from into the Greek, and that language didn't even exist then, how is it a retelling of it with all these different traditions in it that aren't even in the Hebrew version, which the Hebrew version doesn't even come into an existence until well after 500 AD. So I don't know. Now, they cannot, again, identify this Ahasuerus. They're saying that in the Greek it is Artaxerxes II, but the Hebrew says it's Xerxes I. So this is saying that it's dated around to the late 2nd to the early 1st century BCE. So that means within 200 to 100 BC or 100 to 0 BC. Okay, they don't even know when the Greek Septuagint version was written. They can't even pin it down to within 100 years of itself. It's within 200 years. So all of these time periods are very sketch, because the Greek Septuagint is purported to have been conceived in the late 200s BC to the early 200s BCE. They keep it within a 100-year time period. Now, let's go to the next page. A Latin version is also produced by Jerome for the Vulgate, and that's in the late 300s AD. It translates the Hebrew Esther, but interpolates the translations of the Greek, where the latter provides the additional materials. So they've mixed the Greek additions into the Hebrew. This is predating the Vulgate. However, the Vetus Latina, the Old Latin, was apparently translated from even a different Greek version that is not in the Septuagint. So we have 3 different Esthers, and none of them are the same. None of them are the same. He says several Aramaic Targumim of Esther were produced in the Middle Ages, which is when I'm assured in my spirit that, and this is my opinion, this is when I think Esther came about. Because when you start studying Judaism and you start understanding like Friday night Sabbath isn't instilled until Sabbatai Zevi, and that's in like the 17th century, so 1600s AD, that's when they started the traditions of the Friday night Sabbath. And that was even before there was a Friday night Sabbath. They always just kept it on Saturday. So in the 1600s AD and after, in the 18th century is when they started a Friday night Sabbath. Okay. And then you see that around that same time period, Hanukkah evolves into a Jewish celebration. So it would make sense that they would also be instilling their other Babylonian traditions around that same time, where it just turns into total Satanism. So in the Middle Ages, there are 3 surviving versions of Esther: Rishon, Sheni, and Shalishi. Okay. Now, which Berliner and Goshen Gottstein, okay, notice these last names, they argue was the Targum, from which the others had been expanded, so the original Targum. Now, the others are considered only a late recension of the same. So the 3TG Est is the most manuscript stable of these 3, and by far the most literal. So basically all they've said is they can't find any of these versions of Esther that are identical throughout the ages. They're all always changing. Now that's really strange because the Babylonian myths change throughout the centuries and the groups of people who are living in Babylonia. Traditions become more established throughout time as a specific holiday is always practiced. Everything evolves, right? It's always changing if it does not belong to God of the Bible. So it makes sense that the book of Esther is completely inconsistent throughout all these centuries. Now, the apparent, now it's not apparent, okay? Meaning apparent how? Maybe it is. No, apparent means the evidence that that these have historical difficulties. They cannot get this to line up with any other biblical or secular historical documents or archaeology. They cannot fit this book in anywhere. These internal inconsistencies, the pronounced symmetry of the themes and events, the plenitude of quoted dialogue, and the gross exaggeration in the reporting of numbers involving either time, money, or people, all point to Esther as a work of fiction. Again, if they can have a prophet Isaiah and his manuscripts be consistently the same between all languages, through all history, if Esther was truthful, it wouldn't have all of these changes, these difficulties with adhering to any king at all, period, in Persia. These traditions are changing throughout history as well. It says its vivid characters, except for Xerxes, and they're just assuming it's that king, is being the product of the author's creative imagination. Hey, bro, thanks for joining. All right, there's no reference known to the historical events in the story. A general consensus, though this consensus has also been challenged, because they have to defend the lie. So it's always going to be challenged. Anything that we find out that is a lie is going to be challenged. Like, we've all been understanding that what happened 100 years ago in the World War and what we've been told about it, specifically here in the West or Zionist-controlled countries, we've been lied to. We all understand that the numbers keep dwindling by themselves about how many actually were unalived. It went from 6 million to 1.5 million, and just in the one city. The most famous one that starts with Ausch. Now, I want you to go and look at these numbers that started at 6 million a decade or two before the war had even started. And then look at the modernly about what they say about what the number is now, and they're estimating about 1.5 million. So how does it go from 6 million to 1.5 million? I don't know. All right. So, of course, they're going to defend the lie because they have to keep up the pretense of being the chosen, even though they're Antichrist, and defending their religion, which most Christians don't know what is actually going on in their places of worship or what they do at home. The consensus of all these inaccuracies and all of these inabilities to come to the provide evidence that this actually had happened. They are saying that this is invented to do what? To provide an etiology, meaning origin, for their practice of Purim. Okay? And that the name of the king in this book is a fictionalized Xerxes the First. Okay? So not even the real Xerxes. Now, the reason why I bring this up, okay, is because, like, I'm listening to a podcast today, and I'm like, let me go screenshot their Wikipedia before they completely change it, and then take out the point where most everybody has come to the consensus that this book is not real. It is not biblical. It doesn't line up with anything else in the Bible. It doesn't even have the same structure of all the rest of the Old Testament books, okay? With what is supposed to be the two witnesses. Can you find any witness to the book of Esther in any other Old Testament book? Is it mentioned by Jesus or the apostles? Does Paul reference the story of Esther? No, but he sure does quote from every other prophet in the Old Testament, right? So the reason why I brought this up is because I saw this and I was going to look up the point of Christ, but I figured that we should probably get a better history, and I started reading this, but I decided not to continue reading this, and I went to open it up, hoping that I had bookmarked, okay, the portion of where he starts talking about Jesus, because Josephus does record about Jesus Christ in this book, The Antiquities of the Jews. There are things that we need to understand about Josephus, though. All right, he is of the Edomite Jewish persuasion. He fought as a general for the Jewish army against the Romans as they were rebelling against God's punishment. They got him and his army get trapped in a cave, and it was Josephus's idea that they would draw lots to unalive themselves or each other, okay, so that they wouldn't have to give themselves up over to the Roman authorities or the army that was waiting outside of this cave. So it comes down to two men, Josephus and another man. And Josephus cows out. He just becomes a coward. He doesn't want to lose his life. So he surrenders, and this is all on Wikipedia, he surrenders to the Roman authorities, okay, with the other guy that is left alive in the cave. And he starts translating all of their Aramaic letters, the Jews' Aramaic letters, towards one another and telling the Roman army what it's saying so that they could prevent these seditions before that they had happened. And he was a traitor to his own people. Now, they hated him for a very long time. He's only become popular again in more recent times. And reading through his writings, just this one book, because he has many writings, okay? Just reading through this one book, he is a Pharisee. He is a Talmudic, or back then, oral Mishnah heretic. The way he speaks is exactly how they today speak, very ambiguous. They twist the scriptures. We started in the very beginning where he talks about the origins of God's creation and Adam and Eve, and it is very loosely based on the Bible. Details are added. The scriptures themselves are twisted. What he quotes from the scriptures, he's not even telling the truth about the creation story. But he is more modernly regaled as a great historian, right? So we're going to take a look at what he says, because I had this page bookmarked, okay? This is containing the interval of the 253 years and 5 months from the first of Cyrus to the death of Alexander the Great. So this is an intertestamental time period. All right. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, absolutely repulsive. This is for the intertestamental time period where the book of Esther actually does happen. All right. So he is going to record for you chapter 5 of Xerxes, the son of Darius, and how he was going to dispose of the Jews. Also concerning Ezra and Nehemiah. And then chapter 6 is going to talk about Esther and Mordecai and Haman, right? The deity of Shushan. And how in the reign of Artaxerxes, the whole nation of the Jews were in danger of perishing. So Josephus is telling us that the Hebrew Esther is wrong, that it is not Xerxes the first, as the Hebrew version of Esther claims that Esther is married to. But it is, in fact, Artaxerxes, okay, the first, not the second. So the death of Xerxes, the kingdom came to be transferred to his son Cyrus, whom the Greeks had called Artaxerxes. When this man had obtained the government over the Persians, over the whole nation of the Jews, with their wives and children, were in danger of perishing. The occasion whereof we shall declare in a little time, for it is proper in the first place to explain somewhat relating to this king, how he came to marry a Jewish wife. And by the way, Gentiles did not, especially kings, would not marry their enemies' people. They just wouldn't do it. As much as the Jews are very selective about who they marry, as majority we see through the scriptures, even though we do see that they will, through time periods, marry strangers who are not God worshippers of the Bible, right? Sometimes they do that. But Gentiles had from what I understand, had a pretty big hatred, if you look at actual documentation, even from Egypt, that they didn't really like Jews at all, or Israelites. They just didn't care for them. So why would you marry your enemy's people? Doesn't make sense, right? So he's going to try to explain how this Gentile king came to marry a Jewish wife, which was also of a royal family. Have you guys ever heard of Esther outside of the book of Esther anywhere in any lineage ever mentioned, or any daughters of any Jews? I haven't. So we can't even prove that she even existed. If she was of royal family, don't they usually mention the sons and their wives, or list at least that they had sons and daughters? Sometimes they'll name the sons. Yes, they do, but just never Esther. She is related to have saved our nation, for when Artaxerxes had taken the kingdom, he had set up governors over the 127 provinces, from India even unto Ethiopia. Now, do they show this about the rule of Persia on maps, that it's all the way down to Ethiopia? They surely do not. Okay, so this shows even how modern historians lie to us about the power of these people in history. They don't want you to understand that these people were striving to take over the world. You know, God says that the Greeks controlled the whole world. He also says that the Chaldean king, Nebuchadnezzar, he ruled over the whole earth. Pharaoh as well. So Persia was on its way to take over the whole world, and has from India even to Ethiopia. And this is why I told you guys, Indian religion is that of Babylon. Their modern day religion is Babylonian. The Persians had reconstituted this satanic worship throughout as far as they could spread it. Now, who are the Persians? I want us to really understand as we look through history and we see, yes, there are migrations. Yes, there are takeovers from other peoples. But I want you to look at the land and the constant revival of the same mythology, even if it goes by different names through the new languages there. There is always the Baals and the Ashtaroths and their unholy offspring. There is always satanic, disgusting practices that are always picked back up. And where do they come from? Ham got Africa and Egypt. Mitzrayim is the actual Hebrew name of Egypt. Egypt is a Grecian name for Mitzrayim. So Mitzrayim and Cush and Put, these are the original gods of Egypt who were man gods. Okay, they started off as men who became gods. It's ancestral worship. And then the fornication with the Nephilim and how giants came back into the earth. And those people of Ham's children also were in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, which we know as the land of the Canaanites, who their descendants are the Philistines. Okay. When they mixed with Greece, they became the Phoenicians. And Nimrod ruled Babylon, and he's a descendant of the cursed Canaan. Okay, so Nimrod was the one who had brought back this, or perfected this like satanic ritual, and why God had cut him down at Babel. So again, the same God garbage from Babylon resurrected and spread from India to Ethiopia. Now you look at these countries today and you see how degenerate they are. They're third world countries, and why is that? Because majorly they don't worship our God. And modernly, they are majorly given up over to Islam, right? So still worshiping false gods in those nations. And that's why they're third world countries. Now he says, this king of Persia had spread from India even to Ethiopia. In the 3rd year of his reign, he makes costly feasts for his friends, for the nations of Persia and for their governors, such as one as was proper for a king to make, when he had the mind to make the public demonstration of his riches. And this for 180 days, after which he had made a feast for other nations and for their ambassadors at Shushan for 7 days. Now this feast was ordered after the manner following. He caused a tent to be pitched, which was supported by pillars of gold and silver with curtains of linen and purple spread over them, that it might afford room for many 10,000s to sit down. The cups with which the waiters had ministered were of gold, adorned with precious stone for pleasure and for sight. He had also given order to the servants that they should not force them to drink, by bringing them wine continually, as is the practice of the Persians, but to permit every one of the guests to enjoy himself according to his own inclination. Moreover, he had sent messengers throughout the country and given orders that they should have a remission for their labors, that they should keep a festival for many days on account of his kingdom. In like manner did Vashti the queen gather her guests together and make for themselves a feast in the palace. Now, I want you to look up this origin of Vashti the queen. And did you know that the origins of Mithraism from Rome come from Persia? And they use a very similar name for the Indian version of Mithra. Okay, just being very clear on that. They made a feast in the palace. Yes. Yep. Very similar name, right? You have to understand that the way that they use these words, okay, specifically people in the occult or who worship demons, which they call gods, that they have no problem changing vowels out so that it will confuse people to not understand the actual origins of what they're doing, what they're practicing. And this is even like presently happening within the Hebrew language. They keep changing like how you spell Sabbatai Zebi, right? Their false messiah that they had worshipped in the 1600s. They keep changing the spelling of his name. They keep changing the spelling of Edom, or how they say Esau. It's Esab with a B, Esav with a V, right? Or they'll just change the entire name completely to disguise what exactly that they're talking about. Remember, they have double speak. You have to read between the lines of what they're talking about. So Vishnu, Vashti, like there are male and female sides of the same deity, because most of their deities are androgyne, okay, meaning both male and female. So let's keep going. So Vashti the queen gathers her guests together and made them a feast in the palace. Now the king was desirous to show her. Yes, they sure do. And thank you. Yeah. Page 41 on volume 5 of Edom in the Jewish Encyclopedia says the Talmudists now apply the term Esau to the Romans in every place that is in the scriptures, because they're blame placing their own heritage on white Christians, because Romans are white. And they want to now declare all white Christians as Esau so that they can pretend to write them out of inheritance, even though the third and fourth generation of an Edomite can come back into the family according to the law of God. Now the king was desirous to show her, who had exceeded all other women in beauty, to those who had feasted with him. And he had sent some to command her to come to this feast. But she, out of regard for the laws of the Persians, which forbids the wives to be seen by strangers, she did not go to the king, even though he had oftentimes sent the eunuchs to her. Now, what are the eunuchs of Persia? This is that passing your children through the fire. They even put it in that Game of Thrones TV show, right? Where that eunuch guy who has his little birds going through, his little children he uses to go spy on these elite kingdoms. He says he was made a eunuch as a child, right? His parents had sold him to these priests who had cut off his member. This is an initiation into paganism, to become a priest for pagan gods. And this is through every culture under the sun. Even here in the Americas, the indigenous Americans also, their shamans would sometimes become eunuchs or cross-dress. Okay? Yes, exactly. Exactly. Just like the Statue of Liberty, very androgyne, right? It's literally Lucifer. So, yeah, this is this practice. And you see in Persia that they have eunuchs also as their priests, and they do have authority and power in the kingdom. But she nevertheless stayed away and refused to come until the king was so much irritated that he had broken up his party and rose up and called for those 7 who had the interpretation of the law committed to them. And he had accused his wife, saying that he had been affronted by her, or offended, because that when she was frequently called by him to his feast, she did not obey him even once. He therefore gave the order that they should inform him what could be done by the law against her. So one of them, whose name was Memucan, excuse me, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, had said that this affront was offered not to him alone, but to all the Persians who were in danger of leading their lives very ill with their wives, if they must be thus despised by them. For that none of the wives would have been in any reverence for their husbands if they had such an example of arrogance in the queen towards you, who rules over all. So if you can't find this in the book of Esther, this history Josephus is giving to you, again, there are so many different versions of Esther throughout all these years. If you cannot find this exact story with all these exact details in your book of Esther, don't be surprised. Because again, Josephus is revealing secret history that we just don't know in the majority of this book. And who holds secrets that can't be proven by anybody else? Because a lot of historians will cite Josephus saying he's the only one who knows these secrets. He's the only one who knows these histories. Well, there has to be 2 or more witnesses. So don't take everything Josephus says for fact, okay? He says, none of their wives would have any reverence for their husbands if they had such an example of arrogance in the queen towards you, who rules over all. So accordingly, he exhorted him to punish her, who had been guilty of so great an affront to him, after a severe manner, when he had so done to publish to the nations what had been decreed about the queen. So the resolution was to put Vashti away and to give her dignity to another woman. But the king, having been fond of her, did not well bear the separation, and yet by the law he could not admit of a reconciliation, so he was under trouble, not having it in his power to do what he had desired to do. But when his friends had saw him so uneasy, they advised him to cast the memory of his wife and his love for her out of his mind, but to send abroad over all the habitation of the earth, to search out for comely virgins, and to take her whom he should be best like for his wife. So to replace her, essentially. Because of his passion for his former wife would be quenched by the introduction of another, and the kindness that he had had for Vashti would be withdrawn from her and be placed onto her that was with him. Accordingly, he was persuaded to follow this advice, and he gave order to certain persons to choose out the virgins that were in his kingdom, those who were esteemed the most comely. So when a great number of these virgins were gathered together, there was found a damsel in Babylon, whose parents were both dead, so she has no family to back this up. We don't know exactly who she came from, because a lot of Babylonians also converted over to Judaism or to the religion of the Lord once they had come there, because they were already mixing these pagan customs into the religion of God, so it makes it very easy for them to then adapt culturally to the Babylonians. Okay, so a lot of people who lived in Babylon did convert to their religion, and vice versa. So she has no parents. She was brought up by her uncle Mordecai, because that was his name. This uncle was of the tribe of Benjamin, which there's so many that are actually named Mordecai. Okay, just like the name Jesus was not a foreign name to them. Right? In the English, it's Joshua. There's lots of Joshuas throughout all the history of the Bible, right? So this is not like a special particular name to set him apart from all the rest. This uncle was of the tribe of Benjamin and was one of the principal persons amongst the Jews. Now it had provided this damsel whose name was Esther. She was the most beautiful of all the rest, and that the grace of her countenance drew the eyes of the spectators principally upon her. So she was committed to one of the eunuchs to take care of her. She was very exactly provided with sweet odors and great plenty, with costly ointments, such as her body had required to be anointed withal. And this was used for 6 months by the virgins, who were in number 400. And when the eunuchs thought the virgins had been sufficiently purified in the aforementioned time. Now, there's rituals that go along with this. Okay, to purify them of what? Their ancestry, their previous religion, okay, to get them out from their old life into this new life. And there's a lot of religion, because religion rules the world, whether you agree with that or not. Religion rules the world, and it always has. So there would be ritual spells, these chantings, a particular performance of applying, this cleansing ritual to her and to all the rest. Let's see. So when the eunuchs were taking care of her, it's for about 6 months. And when they thought that they had been sufficiently purified in the aforementioned time, it was now fit to go to the king's bed. And he had sent one to be with the king every day. So when he had accompanied with her, he had sent her back to the eunuchs. When Esther had come to him, he was pleased with her and fell in love with her, married her, and made her his lawful wife, and kept a wedding feast for her on the 12th month of the 7th year of his reign, which was called Adar. Now, this is if the Jews use that month Adar. Okay, I'm not saying they do. I don't know what they call the months, but I do know that they use Babylonian pagan god names for most of their months, especially the month of Nisan, right? That's also a car company name, but they didn't just pull that out of thin air. It's a god in Babylon, okay? Just like Saturn is a god that the Jews and the Muslims worship. Even though they say that they don't, but we understand what Saturn worship is, right? So you look at these names that they are going to be using and see if they do actually call them still by the same months, and that will tell you exactly what they're doing and who they actually worship. He had also sent angry, as they are called, or messengers to every nation, and gave orders that they should keep a feast for his marriage in the 12th month, that while he himself had treated the Persians and the Medes and the principal men of the nations for a whole month on account of this, his marriage. Crazy that the darkest and longest nights of all the year are also celebrated for 8 days in the 12th month with the Jews, which they call Chanukah or Hanukkah, right? Could this be the same time period of the celebration of Esther and this pretend king of Persia and their marriage? I would say it's probably safe to assume that it runs along the same time period, right? All right, so this Persian king had commanded all these nations to celebrate his marriage to the Jewess Esther in the 12th month. For the whole month on account of his marriage. Accordingly, Esther had come to his royal palace. And Hanukkah, by the way, also isn't celebrated until medieval times, by the way, and that's the middle of the first century AD, or I'm sorry, first millennia AD. So he had set a diadem on her head, and thus Esther was married without making known to the king what nation that she had been derived from. Why is that important to Josephus? Right? So her uncle was removed from Babylon to Shushan, and he dwelt there, being every day about the palace and inquiring how the damsel did, for he had loved her as though she had been his own daughter. Now, can we find anywhere in the Bible where Mordecai, this esteemed Benjamite, had been moved from somewhere in the city of Babylon to Shushan? Do we find that recorded? Okay. No, we don't. Yeah, and it's a Roman wall, which I think is like sincerely crazy because they hate the Romans so bad, and yet they perform a fornicating prayer upon a Roman wall. It's weird to me, right? Are they saying F the Romans? I think that might be what it actually is, you know. But it's weird, though, also because the Romans also believe in the same God as what they worship from Babylon, from Persia. So it's strange to me. Now he says the king had made a law, all right, that none of his own people should approach him unless that they were called. When he sat upon his throne, and men with axes in their hands had stood all around his throne in order to punish such as who had approached him without being called. However, the king had sat with a golden scepter in his hand, which he had held out when he had in mind to save any one of those who had approached to him without being called. And he who touched it was free from danger. But of this matter we have discoursed sufficiently. Sometime after this, 2 eunuchs, Bigthan and Teresh, had plotted against the king, and Barnabazus, the servant of one of the eunuchs, being by birth a Jew. Now Barnabas, right, is a very popular name also. He is also acquainted with their conspiracy and discovered it to the queen's uncle. And Mordecai, by the means of Esther, had made the conspirators known to the king, and this troubled the king, but he had discovered the truth. So he hangs the eunuchs upon a cross. While at that time he gave no rewards to Mordecai. When was crucifixion, and by whom was it created? The Persians? Perfect. I'm going to go look at some other sources besides Wikipedia real quick, because Wikipedia does have some information we will look at, and we're also going to look at what is the main Okay, perfect. So we're going to look at a couple things. Crucifixion, according to Wikipedia, is a capital punishment by Persians, Carthaginians, and Romans, amongst many others. Even all the way up to the 21st century, it has been used. It says it lies about the book of Deuteronomy, saying it's alluding to from Paul and Galatians. It is saying that it is used, may have been a post-mortem one mentioned by Herodotus in the third book of his histories. Polycrates, the tyrant of Samos, was executed in 522 BCE by Orotus, the satrap of Lydia, and his dead body was then crucified. So Herodotus has described the execution of a Persian general at the hands of the Athenians in the second Persian invasion of Greece about 479 BC. Okay, so that's the first recorded evidence that they have is 522 BCE. But the body was already dead before they crucified it, so it's just hung up as like a warning. So this is also Athenian punishment in the 479 BC. Alexander the Great, so the Grecians has crucified people as well. I don't know. I've always heard it's a Roman invention. I've never heard that any other nation has ever used crucifixion prior to the Romans. But it also states, when I just used a Google Assistant, it says, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica and Wikipedia, that it is around the 300 to 400 BCE invented by the Persians. So that means 300s to 200s of BC. But Wikipedia states that it is used way earlier than that in like the 600s and 700s BC. So they can't give a definite answer, but they do have writings from like the 4th century BCE stating that people were crucified. But only one comes up for Persians, besides this writing of Josephus. All right, so I guess Persians are the creators of crucifixion, which makes sense that the Romans were also doing it, considering they also got their religious system from them. Let's see. He hangs the eunuchs upon the cross, while at that time he had given no reward to Mordecai, who had been the occasion of his preservation. He only bid the scribes to set down his name in the records, and bid him to stay in the palace as an intimate friend of the king. So now, if Josephus is saying that Mordecai is recorded in one of the Persian king, either Xerxes, Artaxerxes, or Artaxerxes II, we should be able to find these records of these kings and possibly the name of Mordecai. But I haven't found any evidence of that at all. Now, he bids his scribes to record Mordecai's name, to bid him to stay in the palace as an intimate friend of the king. Now, there was one Haman who is the son of Ammedatha. Now, remember, Haman is supposed to symbolize Haran, this king of the Elamites, or the god of the Elamites. And Mordecai and Esther are supposed to be gods of Babylonia. Now, he had only bid the scribes to set down his name in the records, and they bid him to stay in the palace as an intimate friend. Now, Haman, the son of Ammedatha, by birth an Amalekite, that used to go into the king, the foreigners and the Persians worshipped him, as Artaxerxes had commanded that such honor should be paid to him. But Mordecai was so wise and so observant of his own country's laws that he would not worship the man. When Haman observed this, he inquired from where had he come. And when he had understood that he was a Jew, he had indignation at him. And he said within himself that whereas the Persians who were free men worshipped him, this man who is no better than a slave does not vouchsafe to do so. So he desired to punish Mordecai. He thought it too small a thing to request of the king that he alone might be punished. So he rather determined to abolish the whole nation, for he was naturally an enemy to them, because of the nation of the Amalekites, of which he was, had been destroyed by them. Now the rabbis themselves declare that they never have destroyed the Amalekites. The scriptures themselves declare that they have never destroyed the Amalekites like they were commanded to do. So we see that this Amalekite lives, even though the Jews have destroyed the nations of the Amalekites. So which is it? Did they destroy them or did they not? And today they say that the white Romans, these supposed Edomites, right, that they are the descendants of the Amalekites. Which, is that true? Does Esau come from the Amalekites? Is that what the scriptures say? Okay. So, he says that the Jews had destroyed the Amalekites, and so he wants to take vengeance on all the Jews because of that. Accordingly, he comes to the king and accuses them, saying that there is a certain wicked nation, and it is dispersed over all of the habitable earth that was under his dominion. So the Jews are in India, all the way down to Ethiopia, as was stated that this king's kingdom was. So they are dispersed throughout all of this king's sovereignty. And sorry, I was looking through my phone and then through the book and then through my phone again. And a nation separate from all the others, which is unsociable, neither admitting the same sort of divine worship that the others do, nor using the laws like the laws of the others, at enmity with your people and with all men, both in their manners and their practices. Now, they say the same thing about themselves today, right? We know that they say that they do not socialize with non-Jews, that they do not worship the same God as all the rest of the nations do, that they separate themselves from everybody else, that they do not use the same laws as the rest of the nations, that they are at odds with the Persians and with the men, both in their like manner and practices. What do all of the prophets in the Old Testament say? Specifically when we're like reading Ezekiel, like chapters 16 through like 25, we read it together, right? What does Ezekiel prophesy to the people from God? That you have taken upon the laws of all the nations around you, but you do not even adhere to them because you're doing worse than what their laws say. This is what Ezekiel is professing from God. So, yes, they do adapt. The rabbis today have always said that their people have adapted to every culture that they have ever gone into. And this is why there has been a consistent change in the practices and knowledge of Judaism. This is why the Talmud can never be completed, because it will always continue to evolve as they go from nation to nation. So which is it? Right? This false accusation, which the Jews also do say about themselves, but then the rabbis also use the double speak and say, well, we can't ever complete our Talmud, our Mishnah, because we're always evolving, we're always changing, we're always adaptable, so we can't ever complete it. So again, that double speak, they're always lying about what they say. Now he says, if you will be a benefactor to your subjects, you will give an order to destroy them utterly. You will not leave the least remains of them, neither preserve any of them, either for slaves or for captives, but that the king might not be damnified by the loss of the tributes which the Jews, had paid him. Haman had practiced to give him out of his own estate 40,000 talents whensoever he pleased. And he said that he would pay this money very willingly, that the kingdom might be freed from such a misfortune. Now Haman, who is also supposed to represent Human, the deity of the Elamites in Shushan, the city that they're in, and Esther is also very similar sounding to Ishtar or Ishtar. And we also look at Mordecai's name, which is very similar to Marduk, which is also a god there, a Baal, right? And the Ashtoreth is the Ishtar. We see that these names are all very similar, and they're war two against one. This god Human of the Elamites in Shushan. And this is exactly who Ishtar or Esther and Marduk or Mordecai are against. So, when Haman had made this petition, the king both forgave him the money and had granted him the men to do whatever that he would with the Jews. So Haman, having gained what he had desired, had sent out immediately a decree as from the king to all the nations, the contents whereof were these: Artaxerxes the great king, to whom the rulers of the 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia sends this writing. Whereas I have governed many nations and obtained the dominions of all the habitable earth according to my desire, have not been obliged to do anything that is insolent or cruel to my subjects by such my power, but have shown myself mild and gentle, by taking care of their peace and good order, and have sought how they might enjoy those blessings for all time to come. Whereas I have been kindly informed by Haman, whom, on account of his prudence and justice, is the first in my esteem and in dignity, and only second to myself for his fidelity and constant goodwill to me, that there is an ill-natured nation intermixed with all mankind that is averse to our laws, not subject to kings, and of a different conduct of life from others, that hate monarchy, of a disposition that is pernicious to our affairs. I give order to these men, of whom Haman, our second father, has informed us, being destroyed by their wives and children, that none of them are to be spared. With their wives and children. None of them are to be spared, and none prefer pity to them before obedience to this decree. And this I will to be executed on the 14th day of the 12th month of this present year, that so when all have enmity to us are destroyed, and this in one day, we may be allowed to lead the rest of our lives in peace hereafter. So again, this is occurring in the 12th month, in the middle of the month, which the middle to the end of the month is usually when Hanukkah is also supposed to be partaking. And what is the story of Hanukkah? Is that these mean old people came against the Jews, tried to destroy them, right? And they were hiding out in these dark caves. And so they had to use oil that was only going to last for one day, and it miraculously lasted 8 days. And that's why they celebrate Hanukkah during the darkest and longest nights of the year, which is in the 12th month or in December. But it doesn't take place according to the same story. Okay, it's never told to us that it is according to the tradition of Esther. So Esther does not just talk about defeating this Haman or Human, right, the god of the Elamites, but it also gives a basis for Hanukkah as well, even though that doesn't really transpire, except for it is twisted from the story of the Maccabees, right? Twisted from that story, and it evolves throughout the first millennia AD and isn't put into practice until the Dark Ages. So again, you see that this isn't just alone giving an origin story for Purim, which, when does Purim occur? Does anybody know what month? I mean, I can go look it up real quick. But Purim doesn't occur until what month of the year? I think it's like between Passover and Pentecost, I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's about that time. So he's trying to execute all these Jews from India to Ethiopia in 127 different kingdoms. I don't know, man. I don't know. But they keep talking about this 12th month a whole lot in this story, according to Josephus. So this could be also an origin story for an excuse for Hanukkah as well. March 2nd and 3rd. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, that's like, well, I guess it depends on the year, right? For Passover. So this is just before Passover or around the time of Passover? Let me go and look and see also. I'm going to see what other, what like time period that Passover. Coincides. No, you're fine. So for this year, I'm going to show you what this year is. So you say it's for the beginning of March next year. This year, Purim was like the middle of March. All right. So March is also for Mars. You have to understand that. And Mars is the god of war. He's the god of destruction. So they're celebrating in the month of March, or the god of war, god of destruction. They're having a celebration, and he does actually, the god of Mars, he is not just for like Greece and Rome. He originates in this Kemetic religion of the cursed line of Ham, which spreads from Egypt all the way to India, because they also have a god of destruction in India. They have a god of destruction in Persia. They have a god of destruction in Egypt. Okay, so this is not like a new thing. So of course they're going to be celebrating him in some sort of capacity. And what did they say? Marduk, right? Marduk and Ishtar are celebrating their cosmic victory over this god Haran of Shushan. So it makes sense that they would celebrate it. But notice that the decree comes forth in the midst of wintertime. which they also celebrate. They don't, and the thing is like, when you're reading Jeremiah 10, right, and they're celebrating this Babylonian celebration of Nimrod tree or Asherah pole, guess what? They're celebrating both Saturnalia or winter solstice, also along coinciding in this like tradition of 12 days of Christmas, because they're lengthening the winter solstice to coincide with this Babylonian practice of Hanukkah. So that's why you get that, where that tradition of the 12 days of Christmas comes from. Excuse me. All right, so we've learned a lot just by reading Josephus and connecting dots of all these pagan traditions of Babylonia/Persia. So he gives out this decree in the 12th month that Haman can go and destroy all the Jews in the middle of the month, so that this in one day we may be allowed to lead the rest of our lives in peace hereafter. Now, when this decree was brought to the cities and to the countries, all were ready for the destruction and entire abolishment of the Jews. Did God give this command out to any of the Persian kings? Because the Medes and the Persians are recorded in the Bible. Did God send Xerxes, Artaxerxes the first or second? Did he ever send them out to fully annihilate all the Jews? And which one was it? Okay. Yes, exactly correct. Yes, because this Vishnu Shiva, like if you look at Shiva or Shiva, it is also androgyne, right? It passes as either male or female. It has male members down below, but female members up top. And you can't tell by looking at the body or the face. Is it male or female? You can't tell. It's a chick with a you-know-what. But there are no such things as chicks with male members in their pants. There's only dudes with fake boobs. So, sorry, I had to laugh about that because of what they were saying. What was that dumb movie? The Hangover, right? Yes, it is exactly the Baphomet. Baphomet is not a new ideology. It is created, right? It is created in modern times. It's just a new name for the same god. And if this Vishnu Shiva is the same thing, right? The Shiva, it's an androgyne. So is Dionysus. This is why Paul had written, Paul was writing to Timothy regarding these Ephesians and these people at Colossae and Galatia, right? These Gallians. Why they need to let the women sit down in silence because of this androgyne worship, this inversion of God and his faith, and how all these pagan gods/deities/cultures are androgyne, and the women were the high priests, and the women were ruling in the temple, and the men were like the temple prostitutes and the eunuchs who served these oracles or high priestesses. And so that's why Paul was so against all this nonsense, because of all this inversion of the truth of God was always happening, even during the time of Christ. So let's see. The king and Haman had spent their time in feasting together with good cheer and wine, but the city was in disorder. So when Mordecai was informed of what was done, he tore his clothes, he put on sackcloth, sprinkled ashes on his head. He went around the city crying out, a nation that had been injurious to no man was to be destroyed. Now I want you to look at the history of the wars of the Jews and listen to how Josephus talks about the Jews. And this is a Jew himself saying this, okay? This is not my opinion. This is not slander. This is recorded as history by Josephus himself. He records that during this time period, right, in this intertestamental time period, all the way through past the time of Christ to the Second Temple destruction, that the Jews themselves are very seditious. They're always rising up against the rule and the authority that God had sent against them to punish them for their sins against God and their disgusting lifestyle that they were doing regularly, and teaching their own children. So you look at the Old Testament, and you see this as well, right? When God had sent Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldean king, in the very early, or like, the what we would consider near 600 BC, they didn't want to go to Babylon. They were going to raise up Egypt's army against Nebuchadnezzar's army. Remember that had happened? Do they sound like they are a nation, a people who are always trying to live in peace, who have never been injurious to any man? Okay? No. Okay? We're not reading from a Bible. We're reading from the Antiquities of the Jews, because I was listening to a lecture today that had briefly touched upon traditions that are not by God, and that includes Purim. And so then I went to screenshot the Wikipedia of the Book of Esther, because they frequently are editing it and changing it and removing content from it. That the Wikipedia even admits that because of all of these conflicts between all the different versions of Esther, from the Hebrew to the Greek to the Latin and even the medieval times, that none of them are consistently the same, that there are always all these very differing traditions and storylines within the book itself, that it seems to be a work of fiction and was produced by the Jews themselves to produce this origin of the Babylonian celebration of the destruction of the Elamite god Haran. Which, it's really weird that the guy who is friends with the Persian king, his name is Haman instead of Huron, from the Elamite god, right? And that Esther is very similar to Ishtar. You just change the vowels, You change the vowels and how you pronounce the Ishtar to Esther, right? So you change the H around. And Mordecai is very similar to their god Marduk of Babylon, a Neo-Babylonian god, right? So they're saying that this book is like an allusion to this war of Babylon against Elam. And it makes sense, right? Because it is the Jews of Babylon who are against this Amalekite man named Haman. And you have to understand about the Jewish doublespeak, their ambiguity. Like when you read the Zohar will look like it says something, but it is alluding to a secret Jewish mythology that they don't write down or speak about. It is their oral tradition that they don't even write down all their oral traditions in the Talmud, because some things are so secretive they can't write it down. And that's what they say. So they are very well known for imagining stories that don't really mean what they say. Like if you read the Kabbalah, they say you have to interpret the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah does not say what it means. That there's like a secret code that you have to decode the Kabbalah with, and that'll tell you the true story. But you have to be initiated into this religion to understand it, is essentially what they say. And they only let certain people know the secrets. So God is very open, very plain with what he says. Yes, he does put a curse on people who hate him and disobey him, that they cannot fully understand what he says. But even so, God's meaning is very clear without peeling back the layers and having spiritual revelation from the Lord. It's very clear what he says, No. See, and that's the thing, is that, like, I can only get into this religion so much for certain periods of time, because you have to go back to the Bible, you have to go back to the truth, because if I'm only learning certain things, and I've exposed a lot of things, but it's taken me months and months to learn this, and I've had to take breaks from it because it's very overwhelming. The secrets of their religion is abomination. It abominates your soul unto desolation. And so you have to be sincerely very careful with how much you're delving into these esoteric cults of any kind, because you will unwittingly initiate yourself into them and pervert your own soul by studying into it. And that's part of the revelation of the method, right? Is that all these occultists, they know they're going to get caught eventually. And so how you indoctrinate or initiate the uninitiated, the profane is what they call us, okay? How you initiate the profane is first by symbology, right? Using symbology, so and letting it become exposed, even by putting controlled oppositions in place to inform the profane of what they mean. And that's how we all started, right? We all started noticing the symbols that they were using. And then they're starting to have these people who have escaped the Illuminati and the Freemasons, and how they're now exposing their initiations and their secret cult knowledge. But they never seem to die. They never seem to become poor. They never seem to just go away. They keep their platforms. They become very popular, which you cannot become a great merchant of the earth or a wealthy man who buys and sells wares, no matter what the ware is, including information, unless you take the mark of the beast, right? So you have to practice Satanism to imitate Satan himself. And he always disguises himself as a messenger of light. He always pretends to be the good guy, even if it seems to be detrimental. Because when enough people start figuring out the Satanism, Satan, his religions, his people who he works through, when enough people start figuring it out, he has to put those people of that he controls who look like they're against him and his people, so he can control and infiltrate those groups of people who do notice and who are recognizing the patterns. He has to infiltrate those groups. So like Anonymous and QAnon, like that started out as the noticers and these pattern recognition people who are recognizing the evil within our government, the evil within politics itself. And so of course he's going to then infiltrate that to take control of it, just like he did to Christianity. Like, I'm sorry, Constantine, a Mithraic or Satan worshiper, didn't just magically convert to Christianity overnight and then convert Christianity out of its Christian practices into Mithraic practices. You don't convert to a religion to change the religion to your previous religion. You don't do that. That's not a conversion. That's just a way to manipulate people into thinking that you converted. Meanwhile, you're passing laws to kill them all if they don't operate in your pagan practices under the name of a new god. And this is why if Lucifer disguises himself, and I've figured it out, right? We use the word angel. It's not the proper term. It's a messenger. And Jesus is the messenger of God, meaning the manifestation of God that has come to us to teach us about who God is, because he's God in the flesh. But they call it the messenger of the face, according to the Hebrew, culture. So it means like what God makes known of himself, that is what Jesus is. So if Lucifer or Satan is disguising himself as a messenger of light and God is that light, Satan will pretend to be Jesus Christ. He has no problem with that. That is what it means when the Bible says, even Satan himself, comes as a messenger or an angel of light. Yes, of course, he masquerades as that for sure. He pretends to be Jesus. He pretends to be God as well. Whether by spirit or by flesh, he will pretend. So when you look at QAnon now, why do they use the frog god? Whether it be male or female, because you'll see the green frog, right? Where do you think they get the name Kermit from? Kemet, who is also Heckmet, the female version, or, some variation of that name. So the male frog or the female frog, and they use that explicitly as their symbol to let you know. Every member of that group lets you know by using that frog symbol of the cartoon green frog, that they're in that group, right? And they know the secret knowledge of that group. Well, that comes from the Kemetic religion of Egypt, the resurfacing of the ancient pre-flood Satanism. It's Hecka, and it's all heck something, right? Because instead of saying what the hell, we say what the heck, because we're calling on the female of the female portion of the ruler of hell when we say what the heck. Heckmet, I think, is her name. She's the female version of the frog god, because they will either combine or break apart the gods in Egypt depending upon what dynasty or what resurrection of Egypt. And like Amun and Ra are two different gods, but in a different dynasty, Amun-Ra is one god, you know, the creator of all things, because Amun is a creator of celestial things, Ra is a creator, or vice versa, Ra is a creator of terrestrial things. So it's either that or vice versa. But then later on, they combine it into one god, and he's a creator of everything celestial. Okay, sorry about that. I had to go pee and wash my hands. Heck it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's something like that. And like Kemet or something similar to that is the male version. But yeah, the words that we use, you got to be careful with what words that you use. Like, where does the word heck come from? Right? Like, there's Hecate and Heket. There's like all kinds of like demon female gods, you know, that use that word heck. And so you got to be really careful with the words that we use. So anyways, I don't even remember what I was saying. So let's continue to read this. Mordecai, he's informed of what he does. He tears his clothes. He puts on sackcloth. He sprinkles ashes upon his head, and he goes around the city crying out, A nation that had been injurious to no man was to be destroyed. And he went on saying thus as far as to the king's palace, and there he had stood, for it was not lawful for him to go into that habit. Now the question is, yes, thank you. So the question is, if Mordecai is this great ruler of the tribe of Benjamin, a revered man of the Jews, why is he not interceding to God? Why, if he's such a man of God, of the tribe of Benjamin, why is he in exile? Why is he not praying to the Lord for the sake of his people? Because you see David does, right? I'm sorry, you see Daniel does, right? Even in the book of Daniel, he records his prayer to the Lord, interceding for the sins of his people and the judgment of God that has come upon the people. And Mordecai doesn't care about God at all. He only cares about the destruction of his people. He's going around the city, declaring his people as innocent, when every other prophet of the Bible has always declared the people guilty, has confessed the sins of the people, has made prayers to intercede for them to the Lord, to ask for forgiveness. They never stop worshiping God or praying to God. But this man, he just won't go worship one man out of the Amalekites. But it doesn't say that Mordecai isn't worshiping or paying tribute to the Persian king, right? Because he's regarded as a man of high stature to this Persian king before Haman goes and tries to make this claim against all the Jews on Mordecai because of Mordecai's sake. So Mordecai is only prejudiced against the Amalekites, but not against the Babylonian Persians. Okay, got it. So you have to read between the lines of what's being said and what isn't being said, because that's the way that you have to read their writings, or else you're never going to understand, because they're always going to tell you lies. They never speak truth. So he puts ashes on his head and puts on the sackcloth, and he goes about the city crying out, a nation that's been injurious to no man was to be destroyed. He goes on saying this all the way to the king's palace, but it's not lawful for him to go into there. So the same thing was done by all the Jews that were in several cities wherein this decree was published, with lamentation and mourning on the account of the calamities that are denounced against them. But I don't recall, when I did read the book of Esther a couple times, I don't recall them ever making their prayers known to God to save them. Where is their cry to the Lord to come and save them from this evil Amalekite or Persian king? Certain persons told the queen that Mordecai stood before the court in the mourning habit, and she was disturbed at this report and sent out such as should change his garments. But when he could not be induced to put off his sackcloth, because of the sad occasion that had forced him to put it on had not yet ceased, she called the eunuch Acritheus, for he was then present, sent him to Mordecai in order to know of what sad accident had befallen him, for which he was in mourning, and would not put off the habit until he had put on at her desire. So Mordecai informed this eunuch of what the issue was, why he was mourning, and that this decree had been sent out by the king into all the country, and of the promise of money where Haman had bought the destruction of their nation. He also gave him a copy of what was proclaimed at Shushan to be carried to Esther. He had then charged her to petition the king about this matter, not to think it a dishonorable thing in her to put on this humble habit for the safety of her nation, wherein she might deprecate the ruin of the Jews who were in danger of it. For that Haman, whose dignity was only inferior to that of the king, had accused the Jews and irritated the king against them. Now, when she was informed of this, she had sent to Mordecai again and told him that she was not called by the king, and that he who goes in to him without being called is to be slain. Now, listen, this doesn't even make any sense. What is the beginning of the story of Josephus? that he loved his wife Vashti so much because she was the most beautiful girl in all of his kingdom, and he had married her and loved her more than anyone else, any of his concubines or wives, right? So he was instructed, after being read the law of his nation, to replace her because she had insulted him. So he does. He makes so much effort to send out all of these emissaries to find the most beautiful women out of all the countries he controlled. And out of all those 400, he picks this one wife, okay? Out of all the 400, because each one was sent to him every single day to see which one he would pick. And he thought that Esther was so beautiful beyond all these other 400 concubines that he marries her. But you're never seeing your wife? Even though you have such a high regard for her and her beauty, and you fell in love because of how beautiful she is, but now you just put her on the back burner and she can't come before, right? Can't come before him at all. I'm sorry, but I'm married, and my husband, who loves me, we were inseparable. Okay, inseparable. And nobody and nothing, not work, not anything, could pull us apart, especially at the beginning. So how does this king so quickly forget this woman that he's fallen in love with so madly, enough to marry her out of 400 other women, to put her on the back burner? And she is afraid to go in and approach her own husband. That's crazy to me. So it's just not making sense, any of the story. So she says, well, I can't go before the king because I'm not called and he's going to kill me if I do. And the eunuch carries a message from Esther to Mordecai, but he had bade him also to tell her that she must not only provide for her own preservation, but for the common preservation of her nation. Now that if she neglects this opportunity, there would certainly arise help to them from God in some other way. But she and her father's house would be destroyed by those whom she now despised. Okay, so how does the people get saved in every other account? The people together recognize their error and their sin. Oh, I don't even know. I mean, whatever they say to you that it means, I'm not really sure. And then if you're going to go look, find out also, what does Marduk mean? And see if they correlate in some kind of a capacity. So this is just not making any sense, because all of the rest of the Bible says that the people are always rising up against these Gentile nations who come to overtake them. They are always forced out of the land. Okay. And then while they are in expulsion, they all come together in a consensus to understand finally their sin. And they cry out to God, pleading for the Lord to save them, and that they repent of their sins and they want to go home. This is like every other story in the Old Testament, except this one. Just this one is different than all the rest. All right? No second witness to anything ever happening like this again. What? Servant or worshiper of Marduk? Makes sense then, right? Like Wikipedia said, the book of Esther, Mordecai is supposed to symbolize Marduk, and Esther is to symbolize Ishtar. Right, makes sense, right? I was wondering, how does it correlate? Well, there we have it. All right, now he says, Esther had sent the very same eunuch back to Mordecai and desired him to go to Shushan to gather all the Jews that were there together to a congregation, to fast and abstain from all sorts of food on her account, to let him know that she with her maidens would do the same, and that she promised that she would go to the king even if it was against the law, and if she must die for it, then she would not refuse it. But again, no prayers are being talked about to give to God. There is only a fast of food, but not praying to the Lord. So what is fasting without praying? It's just fasting, right? So Mordecai does as Esther has enjoined him, and they make all the people fast. Okay, he besought God together with them, first mention of God, not to overlook his nation, particularly at this time when it was going to be destroyed, but that as he had often before provided for them and forgiven when they had sinned, so he would now deliver them from that destruction which was denounced against them. For although it was not all the nation that had offended, yet they must so ingloriously be slain that he was himself on the occasion of the wrath of Haman. Now, even if he's entreating to God, let's ask ourselves this question. When does God ever allow a judgment to be passed, whether by himself or a heathen nation, to destroy all the Jews on the account of one, as the story claims? Right? It says, on the account of Mordecai, who would not worship the Amalekite Haman, that Haman wants to take vengeance on all the Jews now for destroying his forefathers. But when do you ever see on account of one Jew, all of them get punished? No, it's on account of the majority that all get punished by God, right? Yes, exactly. So none of what is being said here is even making sense at all. It keeps contradicting itself. And this is why Wikipedia says that it has internal contradictions, which is true. And this is a consensus of biblical scholars. That's what they're quoting from. So he says, it is on account of one that all the Jews are going to be ingloriously slain, that he himself was the occasion of the wrath of Haman, because he said, I did not worship him, nor could I endure to pay honor to him that which I used to pay to you, O Lord. For upon that his anger has he contrived this present mischief against those who have not transgressed your laws. They're literally in exile for transgressing God's laws. Literally. He says the same supplication did the multitude put up, and entreated that God would provide for their deliverance, to free the Israelites that were in all the earth from this calamity which was now coming upon them, for they had it before their eyes and expected its coming. So accordingly, Esther is now making supplication to God after the manner of her country, by casting herself down upon the earth, and putting on her mourning garments, and bidding farewell to meat and drink and all delicacies for 3 days' time. And she had entreated God to have mercy on her, to make her words appear persuasive to the king, to render her countenance more beautiful than it was before. Well, it sounds like you're praying to a demon to make you prettier than you are, and using that to manipulate a man to be persuaded, which that kind of sounds like alluring, which is witchcraft. So do we use God as a magic genie to make us more pretty? Do we use God as a magic genie to manipulate people? I don't think so. God doesn't work that way. So she prays to God to make her more persuasive, to make her prettier than she was before, so that by her words and beauty she might succeed, for the averting of the king's anger in case he were at all irritated against her, and for the consolation of those of her own country, now they were in the utmost danger of perishing, as also that he would excite a hatred in the king against the enemies of the Jews. So it's this constant war with the Amalekites, which they were too cowardly to even rid themselves of while they're wandering in the wilderness, trying to take the land of Canaan with either Moses or Joshua. They just never smite these people out like they were told to, because they're scared, right? And so God gets mad at them for this. Sorry, I'm going to adjust myself. Because they're not obeying him. And so that's why the Amalekites lived and thrived and became the people's enemies. And like they intermarry into them too, as they intermarry into the Canaanites and all the rest of the nations that they never destroyed or weren't supposed to marry into, even though they were worshiping demons. So I don't know, man. The story is just not making any sense to me. He says, when Esther had used the supplication for 3 days, she put off her garments, changed into her habit, adorned herself as became a queen, takes up 2 of her handmaids with her, the one of which supported her as she gently leaned upon her, and the other had followed after, and lifted up her large train which had swept along the ground, with the extremities of her fingers. And thus she came to the king, having a blushing redness in her countenance, with pleasant agreeableness in her behavior. I'm sorry, after 3 days of starving yourself of anything to drink or to eat, you're not going to be flushed. You're going to be very pale because now you're malnourished. But she's blushing, guys. She's blushing, and she looks very healthy after starving herself for 3 days. And yet she went into him with fear, and soon as she was come over against him, or went next to him, as he was sitting on his throne in his royal apparel, which a garment was interwoven with gold and precious stone, which had made him seem to be more terrible to her, especially when he had looked at her somewhat severely, with a countenance on fire with anger. Her joints failed immediately. Out of dread she was in, she fell down sideways in a swoon. But the king changes his mind, which happened, as I suppose, by the will of God, and was concerned for his wife, lest her fears should bring some very ill thing upon her. Now, again, this guy is either bipolar, or he is not a man of self-control, that some woman he was absolutely in love with his beauty, he doesn't even want to be around her, and they haven't even been married that long, right? So that's crazy to me, that everything that is being said in the story is completely contrary to truths and facts. It doesn't ever describe this guy as like Pharaoh. He didn't really have a problem with the Jews until Haman had complained against them. And then he's just so swooned by or swayed by one man's testimony against a group of people, as where he has no contrary evidence to what, I mean, he has nothing at all dealing with these people and ruling over these people after his father, and he just has no issues with these people, but one guy does. So now he's going to allow this guy and an army to exterminate all the people. Who's the king? I'm just wondering, who's the king? Is Haman the king? Or is Artaxerxes the king? I'm not really sure here. I don't know. He must be a very, very terrible king if he is letting one man sway his decision in an instant about an entire nation of people spread as far as the east is to the west. I don't know. It just doesn't. This whole story is crazy. All right. So now, after looking at her with such severity, because she faints, he feels sorry for her, and he's so concerned now that something might happen. So he leaps up from his throne, takes her in his arms, and recovered her by embracing her and speaking comfortably to her and exhorting her to be of good cheer, not to be suspect of anything that was sad on account of her coming to him without being called, because that law was made for subjects, but she who was queen as well as he a king. Now, I haven't read the story of Esther in a really long time, and the only version that I've read was out of the King James. So does she faint in that story, or does she just say all these very flattering things to him to appeal to him and there was no fainting? Because I don't remember fainting ever occurring at all in the book of Esther. And I don't have a King James version in front of me, so let me get it up on my tablet. Is there fainting of Esther in the King James? Because that's supposedly the most correct Hebrew version of the book of Esther. All right, let's see. Esther. Where's KJV? In 15:7 in any version? Okay. Yeah, again, it's been so long. It's probably been like 8 years since I've read it. And like, as I was reading it, being a baby Christian, it just wasn't making any sense to me. Esther, I'm trying to get to the chapter. In 15:7, I don't have a chapter 15. There's only 10 chapters. 5? 7 maybe? Okay, so it's chapter 5. It says, "It came to pass that when Esther put on her royal apparel and stood in the inner court of the king's house next to the king's house, and the king sat on his throne," okay, blah, blah, blah. "It was so when Esther the queen was standing in court, she obtains favor in his sight." There's no looking at her with severity, okay? So he doesn't look at her in severity, as Josephus just said. He only looks at her with favor. He holds out his scepter to her. Esther draws near and touches the top of the scepter. And the king said to her, "What do you want, Esther? What is your request? It will be given to you." So she appeals to him. And the king said about the Haman, okay, so there's no fainting. Okay, this is King James. This is according to the Hebrew Masoretic, according to, and that uses, the King James majorly uses the Leningrad manuscript, which is like 1000 AD Hebrew. That's like the majority text of the Masoretic Hebrew that they will use or utilize in their texts. This doesn't say anything about fainting at all. Okay. Right. And he doesn't look at her severely. Okay. So she does her fasting for 3 days. She puts on her royal apparel and she goes into the king's house. He never looks at her severely. She never faints. Let's see. What does 4 say? Chapter 4, when Mordecai hears about all of this, okay, about this, what Haman had done, he tears his clothes, he puts on sackcloth and ashes, he never prays to God. Esther never prays to God. Let me keep reading. This is chapter 4, where they find out about Haman, okay, and what he wants to do to all the Jews. And then you just see this back and forth with the eunuch between Mordecai and Esther. She agrees to help. Again, no praying to God at all. All right. She fasts. He fasts, but it's not explicit that he fasted for X amount of days like Josephus says. And then chapter 5, she goes and appeals to the king. He does not look at her severely like Josephus says. She doesn't faint like Josephus says. Okay. Haman is like happy to go kill all the Jews. Talks about this great feast that they're going to celebrate. Mordecai is honored. Haman is forced to honor Mordecai. Again, no praying to God. They're having a banquet. No thanks to God. Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if Josephus is this correct historian, and he's giving you details that are literally scripture and teaching you the truth, and scripture is supposed to be the truth, then wouldn't scripture of the book of Esther, wouldn't that also tell you that there is some kind of fainting and severe look from the king because she just approached him? Like, the whole account, this is what I'm saying. You got to be careful with Josephus, right? Because now he's adding details into the story. Because again, I told you, he's a freaking he's an Edomite Pharisee. Let me see if I can find, I don't know where the book of Esther is in this, because I never read it. And it's not that I hate God. I really do love God. I do. But once you read a book and you understand it does not correlate with the rest, why keep reading it? Esther is 650. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because we're looking at all these. God says to test every spirit. Does that include himself? Right? Because you should test the spirit that you think is God that is in you. You should test God's word against God's word to make sure that it's true. All right, so Mardochaeus, almost like Marduk. That's Mordecai's name in the Greek. Mardochaeus. All right, now this also lists it as Artaxerxes. The Hebrew calls it Xerxes, right? Let's see if it's... Let me get my tablet. Because I can't read Hebrew. Okay, it just calls him the king. The King James is calling him Ahasuerus. It's not calling him Xerxes. The Septuagint is saying it's Artaxerxes. So it's more correct about the name of this fake king. I wonder what Ahorus or whatever his name is, right? I can't even say it right. Yes. Yeah, because you use that, like the AI, right? You use the AI to generate an answer for you. Does it list, like how I showed you on mine when it generated an answer? It'll say, what it's citing from. This says it cites from the Wikipedia and the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? About the crucifixion. So did it give you, citations at the bottom? Right. So I don't know what that... People have been testing this AI as well about these search results. And the search results from the AI generators of whatever app that they use, they've found out that it lies. Okay, it will omit specific information. It will lie in favor of the pretendians' persuasion. Okay, it will lie about that. And I have the Septuagint here, and Esther 5 is supposed to teach you what she did. All Israel's crying. Esther takes herself for refuge to the Lord, being taken as if in agony of death. Having taken off her glorious apparel, she puts on garments of distress and mourning. Instead of her perfumes, she puts ashes and poop on her head, and she greatly brought down her body. God never tells you to put dung on yourself ever, because that would make you unclean, and God is all about cleanliness, whether it be of the flesh or the soul or spirit, whichever that you prefer to call it. God will never tell you to smear poo on your head to mourn. She is filled with every place of her glad adorning with the torn curls of her hair. That's not in the King James. She besieges the Lord God of Israel. Okay, so this is in chapter 5? Yes. She besieges the Lord God of Israel and says, "O my Lord, you alone are our king. Help me who am destitute and have no helper but you. For my danger is near at hand. I have heard from my birth and the tribe of my kindred that you, Lord, have taken Israel out of all the nations, our fathers out of all their kindred and perpetual inheritance. You have wrought for all of them as you have said. And now we've sinned before you, and we have delivered us to our hands of our enemies, because we have honored their gods. And you are righteous, O Lord. But now they have not been contented with the bitterness of our slavery, but they have laid their hands on the hands of their idols, in order to abolish the decree of your mouth, and to utterly destroy your inheritance, to stop the mouth of them that praise you, to extinguish the glory of your house and your altar, to open the mouth of the Gentiles to speak the praises of vanities, in order that the mortal king should be admired forever. O Lord, do not resign your scepter to them that are not. Let them not laugh at our fall, but turn their counsels against themselves, and make an example of him who has begun to injure us. Remember us, O Lord. Manifest yourself in the time of our affliction. Encourage me, O King of gods, ruler of all dominions. Okay, so she keeps praying to God. This is not in the King James, not in the Geneva. I've never read it in either of those. So this is a different manuscript that is different than the original Hebrew, which is supposed to be more correct. She actually prays to the Lord. She fasts for 3 days. It says she puts on garments of distress. She puts dung and ashes on her body. She brought down her body and filled every place of her glad adorning with torn curls of her hair. So she rips out her hair, puts poop on her head, and puts on mourning clothing. She does pray to the Lord in this version. Do you understand all these crazy contradictions? Why does one say that and the other doesn't? And apparently, because if the King James and the Geneva are majorly using the Leningrad Old Testament text from the pretended original Hebrew, and Josephus lives in what century? The 1st century AD? Why is Josephus not aware of this supposed original Hebrew Esther that existed far before the Greek Septuagint, right? Because Josephus is telling you things that are only recorded in the Greek, not recorded in the Hebrew. Details that are in the Greek, not in Hebrew at all. So let's see if this king looks on her severely. After she prays, after the 3rd day, she ceased praying. She puts on all of her perfumes. She takes her 2 maids. She leans on one as a delicate female. The other carries her train, just like Josephus said. And she was blooming in the perfection of her beauty. Her face was cheerful, as it were benevolent, but her heart was straitened for fear. She passed through the doors. She stands before the king. He's sitting on his throne, who put on all his glorious apparel, covered her with gold, covered all over with gold and precious stones, and was very terrible, meaning it was like a beautiful throne. Now, he raised his face, resplendent with glory, and he looked with intense anger. The queen falls and changed her color as she fainted. She bowed herself upon the head of the maid that had went before her. But God changed the spirit of the king into gentleness. So Josephus is not even talking about anything at all that comes from the original Hebrew, and he's supposed to be a Jew. So this is what I'm talking about, is like, you can look at these people who write these things, and you can look at the original Hebrew text that supposedly was before Jesus Christ, and you can see that they don't even have the stuff that is in the Septuagint that literally did come before Jesus Christ. So they have omitted in the book of Esther the praying to the Lord according to the Hebrew manuscript. That Esther, she now doesn't pray to God and intercede about the sins of her people at all. About how they're idol worshipers. Do you understand what I was talking to you guys about? About how the Septuagint reads different than the Hebrew. About how the Septuagint will confess the sins of the Israelites. It will tell you about how that they are inverting their children, marrying, meaning laying with children, that they are sacrificing their children, that they're doing all these crazy abominations worse than what all the heathen around them are doing. But the Hebrew manuscript will omit Hebrew names, convicting specific Israelites of certain sins. It will erase their idolatry out of it. I've been telling you this, that they are constantly screwing up these books that were in existence before by omissions or changing them. So this is why it's like today we presently call it like the Mandela effect. right? Because they lied about Nelson Mandela. Like, I remember as a child, they said Nelson Mandela died, right? Magically, he's alive again. And he was just in prison for a while. And that nobody ever said he had died. Like, what? Right? Because they're erasing history right before your eyes to try to see if they can actually do it. Like, Disney got caught paying millions of dollars to these computer graphic artists for changing things in their movies, including adding chemtrails in the sky. And if they're not above that, then I can't believe that they would be above buying up all the Bibles that they can from estate sales and antique stores so that they can only pump out the newer versions and change what they had put in them, you know. So this is why I tell you to check between your Greek manuscript and your Hebrew manuscript to see what they have erased out of it or changed. Because Josephus the Jew is not even quoting from Hebrew manuscripts at all because they didn't exist in the first century, like I've been saying. And he's only quoting from the Septuagint. Same thing with the apostles. The King James Bible literally tells you the apostles were using the Septuagint scriptures. They were not using the Hebrew scriptures. Why? They did not exist. This is what I've been saying. Nobody believes me. Right. So look up, see what original manuscripts there are. Like, even the Vulgate has many versions that are constantly changing throughout the centuries. There's, I would just, as many as you can find in the English. Even if you can, and listen, it's like $100 or $200 to get like a decent printer that you can just Bluetooth connect your phone to. And it costs like $20 to $30 for a cartridge of black ink. And it's only like $8 to $10 for a stack of paper, a couple inches thick. You know, so if you have the time and the money, go get yourself a printer and just like get the free PDFs. It's better if you just do that way. That way you'll be saving money because some manuscripts are going to cost you tons of money. So it's better if you just get a free PDF and then just send it to your printer, print it out, and that way you have it yourself. And you have it in black and white and nobody's going to change it. You know, get like a waterproof, fireproof safe to put it in. They're not even that much money. Like, I bought a gun safe just to store documents in because it's fireproof and it was $200 on sale. But I'm so serious. Just do something like that. It's way cheaper to do that in the long run. Because all you have to do is replace printer cartridges and paper. It's way cheaper than books. But yeah, Josephus is not even quoting from the quote-unquote original Hebrew. He's only speaking from the Septuagint version. So if Josephus, the correct historian of the Jews, isn't even is adding details that the Hebrew rejects, or if it was correct, if the Greek Septuagint existed, and we know that the Hebrew Masoretic comes afterward from 700 to 1000 AD. If what the previous Jews had written was correct, why wouldn't they put it in the Hebrew as well? Or if the Hebrew came first, why doesn't it have the details in it the way that the Septuagint does? So either which way, Josephus is just another testimony to declare that the Hebrew Masoretic is not legitimate at all. So I hope that this has been helpful to you guys with looking at it. So we're going to continue with what it says about Esther. So she faints, and now he's all worried about her health, and he takes her in the arms, recovers her by embracing her, speaks comfortably to her, exhorts her to be of good cheer, not to be suspect of anything that was sad on account of her coming to him without being called, because that law was made for subjects, but that she, who was a queen as well as he was a king, might be entirely secure, as he had said. that he had put the scepter into her hand, laid his rod upon her neck, an account of the law, and so he had freed her from this fear. Now, after she had recovered by these encouragements, she says, "My Lord, it is not easy for me on the sudden to say what had happened, for as soon as I saw you to be great and comely and terrible, my spirit departed from me, I had no soul left in me." While it was with difficulty in a low voice that she could say this much, the king was in great agony and disorder, and encouraged Esther to be of good cheer, and to expect better fortune, since he was ready, if occasion should require it, to grant her half of his kingdom. So accordingly, Esther desired that he and his friend Haman would come to her to a banquet, for she said that she had prepared a supper for him. He consents, and when they were there, as they were drinking, he had bid Esther to let him know what she had desired, for she would not be disappointed, though she should desire half of his kingdom. She puts off the discovery of her petition until the next day, that if he would come again, together with Haman, to her to banquet. Now, what the king had promised so to do, Haman had went very glad, because he alone had the honor of supping with the king at Esther's banquet, because no one else had partook of that same honor with the king's but himself. And yet when he had saw Mordecai in the court, he was very much displeased, for he had paid him no manner of respect when he had seen him. So he went home, and he called for his wife Zeresh and his friends. When they were come, he had showed them what honor he had enjoyed, not only from the king, but also from the queen. For he alone had that day supped with her, together with the king, and so he was also invited for the next day. Yet, he said, am I not pleased to see Mordecai the Jew in court? Hereupon his wife Zeresh had advised him to give order that the gallows should be made 50 cubits high, and that in the morning he should ask of the king, that Mordecai might be hanged thereon, and to place it in the court for the punishment of Mordecai thereon, which was accordingly prepared. But God had laughed to scorn the wicked expectation of Haman, as he had knew what event that there would be, and he was delighted at it. For that night he had taken away the king's sleep. The king was not willing to lose the time of his lying awake, but to spend it in something that might be of advantage to his kingdom. He had commanded the scribe to bring him the chronicle of the former kings and the records of his own actions. And when he had brought them and was reading them, one was found to have received a country on account of his excellent management on a certain occasion, and the name of that country was set down. Another was found to have had a present made him on account of his fidelity. And then the scribe had come to Bigthan and Teresh, and the eunuchs that had made the conspiracy against the king, which Mordecai had discovered. And when the scribe said no more but that, and was going on to another history, the king stopped him and inquired whether it was not added that Mordecai had a reward given to him. And when he said that there was no such addition, he bade him to leave off. He inquired of those that were appointed for that purpose what hour of the night that it was. And when he was informed that it was already day, he gave order that if they do not find any one of his friends already come and standing before the court, they should tell him. Now it had happened that Haman was found there, for he was come sooner than ordinary to petition the king to have Mordecai put to death. And the servants had said that Haman was before the court, and he bid them call him in. When he was come in, he said, because I know that you are my only fast friend, I desire you to give me advice how I may honor one that I have greatly loved, and after the manner suitable to my magnificence. Now Haman had reasoned within himself that what opinion he should give that would be for himself, since it was he alone who was so beloved by the king. So he gave the advice of what he had thought of all other the best. For he said, if you would truly honor a man whom you say that you do love, give order that he may ride on horseback, with the same garment on which you wear, with a golden chain about his neck, and let one of your intimate friends go before him. Proclaim through the whole city that whatsoever the king honors obtains this mark of his honor. This was the advice Haman had given out of supposal that such a reward would come upon himself. Hereupon the king was pleased with the advice and said, "Go you therefore, for you have the horse, the garment, the chain. Ask for Mordecai the Jew, and give him those things. Go before his horse, and proclaim accordingly. For you are," said he, "my intimate friend, and you have given me good advice. So be you therefore the minister of what you have advised me to do. This shall be the reward from us for preserving my life." So when he hears this order, okay, so he gets pissed off, he gets jealous about Mordecai. Mordecai, not knowing the truth of the matter, but thinking that this was done in mockery, he said, "O wretch, you vile of all mankind, do you thus laugh at our calamities?" But when he was satisfied that the king had bestowed this honor upon him for the deliverance he had procured him when he had convicted the eunuchs who had conspired against him, he put on that purple garment. Okay. So I don't want to continue to read all the story of Esther because it's nonsense. I'm just trying to get a summation of what Josephus is quoting from and what history he's going to tell. And he's literally just telling the same story that's in the Greek Septuagint, which does not align with the rest of the manuscripts that they found of Esther. All these versions of Esther are all different. What Josephus is quoting from in the 1st century AD has nothing to do with the original Hebrew. It proves that the original Hebrew wasn't even in existence then. Because if it was, then the Jew Josephus would definitely be using the Hebrew version, right? I mean, because who cares about the Greeks? Who cares about what they have? Because it's all about the original Hebrew that they're so obsessed with and supposedly have been so obsessed with. All right, it talks about how Haman has abused the honor from the king, and he was destroyed after the same manner. He grants his estate to the queen, calls for Mordecai. Esther informed him that she was kin to him, gave a ring to him that had been before given to Haman. So we see that Mordecai is now like secondary to the king, and the queen also gives Haman's estate to Mordecai. So Mordecai gets half the kingdom of Persia, or whatever Haman's kingdom was. So he's given lordship of Haman's stuff. Do we have this recorded anywhere else besides the book of Esther about how Mordecai of the tribe of Benjamin has received a kingdom in Persia and has been glorified as a lord of Persia? No, we don't. But the thing that Josephus does is he changes the name to Artaxerxes, which is a Greek name. Let's see if the Greek actually uses Artaxerxes. Because that's one thing I didn't look at. It does. All right. So yes, Esther in the Greek Septuagint uses Artaxerxes. The King James calls him the original fake name of the king. The king's scribes are to write to the nations on the Jews' behalf. Okay, so I'm gonna go look and see if there's anything from Artaxerxes or the king of Persia written to any nation, if they've ever found these from India to Ethiopia, of the great king Artaxerxes to our rulers and those of the faithful subjects sending greetings. Okay, so let me see if I can go find this, if it's in any nation ever found, because they should have at least one historical evidence of anything of Esther existing ever in archaeology, besides the books that are ever-changing of Esther themselves. So I'll be right back. Let me go see if I can Google it and find it. All right, let me just look it up on my tablet. I think this will be easier because I'm using the same search engine to get the same results. Now, they say that they have a letter to Artaxerxes that's found in the book of Ezra. All right. No. Is the epistle from Esther ever found in any of the nations? Oh, okay. Of Artaxerxes, maybe. Okay, so this is saying Esther and Xerxes, which when I looked up in a different way, oh my gosh, dogs. I literally let you out like an hour ago. Calm down. Okay, Epistle of Artaxerxes about Mordecai. Go lay down. Greek Esther 10:3 says Mordecai was second only to King Artaxerxes, right? But I literally typed in Epistle of Artaxerxes about Mordecai. Let me see. Let's maybe like found archaeology. Maybe we can find something with that. Let's see. Images of a for Epistle of Artaxerxes. So they have images of Artaxerxes. Mordecai in ancient records. All right. Let's see if we have anything. Okay, so there is the record that makes reference to an official named Marduka or Marduku who serves Darius the Great and Xerxes the First, which is known in the Bible as Ahasuerus. And I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure. Marduka and Marduku are likely variations of the same name, Mordecai, in the Hebrew. These records confirm that there was an official or officials with the name of Mordecai during the reign of Ahasuerus, but they don't even know who that king is. Further, one of the records even places Marduka in Shushan, which the events of the book of Esther takes place. It is impossible to be certain whether this official was the cousin and adoptive father of Esther, the heroine of the Jewish people. However, Robert Gordis, a rabbinical scholar writing the book Religion, Wisdom, and History of the Book of Esther, published in 1981, says that there was two officials with the same name at the same time in the same place. That is scarcely likely. Yes, because there's not like tons of Joshuas in the United States living right now. I'm sure. Not tens of thousands of them, right? And if Mordecai is the Hebrew name of somebody who worships Marduk, and they're in Persia or Babylonia that worships the god Marduk, and most people will be naming their children as or of these gods, then I don't know if that makes sense. Plus, you can't believe anything that they say because they're liars. All right, so there are records of somebody named Marduka and Marduku, okay, but not Mordecai. Now, I'm specifically looking for this epistle that has ever been found in any nation from Artaxerxes about Mordecai being second to this king. Okay? And they're saying Darius and Darius the Great. Is Darius the Great the same as the son of Xerxes? I don't know. I don't keep track of dual names of all these pagan kings. Oh my God, Rosie, you are going to be the death of me. Stress me out like no other. Hold on. Let me let this little dog out. Now don't scratch my glass or my screen up when you want to come back in 5 seconds. Oh my gosh. Go. Good Lord, this dog. Okay, so I haven't seen anything pop up yet. I'm going to keep looking. Because again, this is how I study. I know it's boring to some people, but you have to find out if this stuff exists to prove it to be true or not. So let's read this again. Oh my God, the dogs. Okay, so the Winter Palace is in Shushan. The main capital is at Persepolis. Today, the spectacular ruins of the palace can be visited in Iran, and they are working on excavations of thousands of official records and clay tablets. They are known as the Persepolis Administrative Archives, or simply the Persepolis texts, that today they may be seen at the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. Sorry, I'm inactive. I'm not touching the screen enough. All right. So, an official named Marduka or Marduku, who serves 2 kings. Okay. Let me see who comes first. Let's do new page. Who is Darius the Great? Whoa. Darius the First, or Darius the Great. He is the son of Hystaspes, who is a king of Parsa. Darius I rules in Persia from 521 to 486. Darius I is presented in Ezra as a good king who helps the Israelites in several ways. All right, he only rules for 2 years. He promotes Daniel to a high position and then casts him into the lion's den. All right. Darius also means Lord. All right. Darius and Cyrus comes after him. And this has caused biblical scholars to posit that Darius is appointed viceroy over Babylon by his nephew, King Cyrus. All right. Darius the First, or Darius the Great, a king of Parsa, son of Hystaspes. I don't know how to say that name. Darius the First helps the Israelites in many ways. The Jews return from Babylon. They don't know who Ahasuerus is, or Xerxes, mentioned in Ezra 4:6 as ruling before Darius I. It is likely that this king is also known in history as Cambyses II, the son of Cyrus. The Artaxerxes in verse 7 is called, in other historical records, Smerdas or Bardiah, who's also another son of Cyrus, possibly an imposter taking his place. That king only ruled for 7 or 8 months. Okay, so then they assume that Ahasuerus and Artaxerxes are the same person, who immediately preceded Darius, so came before. So when Darius became king, so Artaxerxes is before Darius, and Darius Darius is also a Nehemiah. Who comes first in the Xerxes line? How about just order of? What do you mean, what happened? I just put my phone down. All right, so it's Xerxes the First, then Darius the Great. Xerxes the First, commonly known as Xerxes the Great, is a Persian ruler of the 4th king of kings of the Achaemenid Empire, reigning from 486 to the assassination in 465. He's the son of Darius the Great, and of Atassa, a daughter of Cyrus the Great. So there's like a lot of incestuous relationships, going on. Xerxes is known by his invasion in Greece. Xerxes is designated successor by Darius over his older brother Artaxerxes, and inherited a large multi-ethnic empire on his father's death. So Darius, then Artaxerxes. And so okay. So Darius the Great, then Xerxes, then Artaxerxes. So the son. Okay. So that one said Mordecai serves the first king that is not a Xerxes and then Xerxes. So if Esther is truthful, according to the Greek Septuagint, and it is exactly Artaxerxes, okay? If it's exactly Artaxerxes, it is saying that Mordecai or Marduku served the first king, who ruled for like 20 years, and then Artaxerxes, let's see how long he ruled for. Xerxes the First. He rules from 486 to 465, so that's almost 20 years. Let's ask, how long did Darius the Great rule? (522) to 486. So that's like 60 years. So Darius the Great, who Mordecai, basically, he is a servant of Darius the Great for 60 years. And then for 20 more years for Xerxes the First, according to Mordecai in ancient records. So probably wouldn't even be alive if Esther was actually married to Artaxerxes, the son of Xerxes. If he was, he'd have to be super ancient by that time. And people were not living that long during that time period. of when that they were exiled into the Persians. So how old Mordecai, who is revered and regarded as like an official of the tribe of Benjamin, they go into exile 60 years under Darius, 20 years, about 20 years under Xerxes the First. So that's like 80 years. And let's say he's like established in Babylon as an infant. He would have to live over 80 years old to probably closer to at least 100 to 130 years old to even be an adult to adopt his niece and watch her grow up into a woman to even be able to get married to Artaxerxes the First. So he probably wasn't even alive if he is this Marduku for Darius the Great and Artaxerxes. Or else the Bible's lying and is saying that Esther married the wrong king. So either which way, none of this stuff is making sense. And this is why I was like, you guys got to do your research. You have to sit here and you have to look at this information. You have to find archaeological evidences. So let's go find another. Let's see if we can find Mordecai in ancient records in Persia. All right. Back. And again, I put in my search bar, Epistle of Artaxerxes about Mordecai found in archaeology. Sometimes they make you pay for stuff. Yeah, this one's going to make me pay for things. I'm not paying for that. More results, because I can't find any archaeological evidence. Right. Let's look at the 13th enumeration. Like, that doesn't sound ominous. Darius, Artaxerxes, and the Bible. Okay, remember, it says Darius the Great, Xerxes, then Artaxerxes. Darius I the Great of Persia. His son is Xerxes. His grandson is Artaxerxes. And this week's article, what the Bible says about Darius and what Darius says about himself from his own royal inscriptions. Now, Darius I, Esther's father-in-law or husband. The Bible scholarship once again depended too much on what secular historians have written and too little on what the Bible's own historical and chronological details. I believe so. And the articles, okay, so besides this article, he has other articles about this king or about Esther. Ezra can be depended upon to provide the reader with straightforward chronological details about biblical history. If this is in fact an accurate statement, doesn't it lend confidence to the reader that the book of Esther also might provide dependable chronological and historical details as well? Okay, I believe so. So he's already has an opinion that the book of Esther is correct. Okay, so before we explore Esther and her king, because nobody knows this ominous king, we have to figure out what is Darius the First, the Persian king, who it also describes also an Artaxerxes. Cyrus to Darius. Part 5, to answer the challenges raised by Rich Lancer. And he gives his article. So this is the 13thnumeration.com. Specifically titled this title, if you guys want to go look it up yourself. All right. To briefly recap, instead of reading all his garbage that he wrote in favor of Esther, their captivity is in Babylon for 70 years. The decree of Cyrus allows them to return to Jerusalem and to rebuild the city. Ezra opens up with Cyrus's decree to return. And we learned that they got as far as laying the foundations for the temple. because their enemies had caused them to stop, besides that they were lazy and they don't like to build. The book of Ezra describes it as the enemies of the people between the reign of Cyrus to Darius. So we have Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes, and Artaxerxes. So Mordecai is purported, amongst biblical scholars, Mordecai is purported to be alive during the same time as Ezra and Nehemiah. Now, Nehemiah is younger than Ezra, according to biblical scholars. So if Mordecai is alive during the time of Ezra and during the time of Nehemiah, then Mordecai will also be alive during the time of Cyrus and Darius and supposedly Artaxerxes and supposedly Artaxerxes. So you have 4 kings successively ruling that Mordecai just magically is alive for? It doesn't make any sense. So, because Cyrus gives the decree, it takes a little while for them to actually get sent. Okay. Then they don't even complete the temple. This is quoting from Ezra. Now, when the copy of King Artaxerxes, so this is the great-grandson of Cyrus, was read before Rehum and Shimshai the scribe, their companions, they went up to haste to Jerusalem to the Jews and made them cease by force and power. So Artaxerxes hates the Jews. He's not for them. He doesn't prohibit their death, but what does he do? He made them to cease by force and power of what? To build the work. So it ceased until the 2nd year of the reign of Darius the king of Persia. So a secondary Darius the second. So there's 5 kings that are going through the Xerxes line or Cyrus's line. And the Jewish people are petitioning to Artaxerxes, which you never see in the book of Esther. Artaxerxes in the book of Esther just doesn't really even think about the Jews at all. But apparently in Ezra 4 or whatever, the chapter 4 maybe, that they are petitioning to Artaxerxes, describing their construction efforts, and they are told by Artaxerxes to cease and desist from building it. Do we find that in the book of Esther? No. You would think that that would play an important role, considering Mordecai is so obsessed about the Jews and their safety, and they haven't even left to go back to build the temple yet during Artaxerxes' time, which it says it was given 2 generations before for them to go back. And Artaxerxes has authority over them to prohibit them from it. But Esther tells you, nope, they're still stuck in Persia. They're not allowed to go back. There's nothing about the temple being rebuilt and how Artaxerxes told them to stop. So the timeline of Esther is completely off. This is why they're having discrepancies comparing it to the book of Ezra. Okay, so from Artaxerxes until the 2nd Darius, the king of Persia, there's no building at all. Now, Ezra 4 says that there's 2 kings before or between Cyrus and Darius. Let's go look at Ezra 4:6. Sorry if this is boring to some of you, but this is important to me, and it should be important to you to test the word of the Lord instead of and this is how the Jews get over on the Christians. This is how they've always gotten over on us, is that they just like, well, we know we were there. We know we're smart, right? Ezra 4:6 should say Ahasuerus, or whatever his name is. This is 4, verse 10. In the reign of Ahasuerus, not Ahasuerus, just Ahasuerus, even in the beginning of his reign, they wrote a letter against the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And in the days of Arthasastha, Tabiel had wrote peaceably to the Mithridates and to the rest of his fellow servants. The tribute gatherer wrote to Arthasastha, the king of the Persians, in a writing in the Syrian tongue. And the same had interpreted. Reum, the chancellor, and Samsa, the scribe, wrote an epistle against Jerusalem to King Arthasastha. So they're saying that there is more kings between Cyrus and Darius. So it's Cyrus, these two A-named kings, then Darius, then Xerxes, then Artaxerxes. So there's a succession of tons of kings that Mordecai is supposedly alive through. Do you understand, like, why I have this, like, sincere issue with this one particular book? And, like, the majority of what people are reading from, like, King James or modern English Bibles are fully dependent upon the shortened version of Esther that doesn't include, like, the prayers and the fainting of Esther, the prayers of Mordecai, which I didn't even go look to see if Mordecai even prayed to God at all in that book. But this is why I have an issue with that book, is because there's so many discrepancies between, like, Ezra the scribe, and if you do not know this as a Christian, all of the biblical texts, all these scrolls of the prophets were burnt, destroyed completely. When they destroyed the temple and sent all of the Jews or Israelites into the land of Babylon, everything is destroyed. And so, to Esdras or to Ezra literally tells you that God told Ezra to sit down with scribes and to let the Spirit of God speak through Ezra to rewrite all of the scrolls, all of the history, all of everything that God has ever given to us. So if God had rewritten all the scrolls of all the prophets through Ezra and the scribes, why would Ezra lie about this? Why would Ezra lie between Cyrus, 2 kings, Darius, Xerxes, Artaxerxes, and a second Darius? Why would he lie about all of these different kings? Okay, and they cannot confirm. Okay, they cannot confirm that Esther's an actual reality. So, my kids are going to be home soon. I just wanted to, talk it out as I'm going through it while I'm doing this studying. I want you guys to, and this again is why we look at these different manuscripts of texts that Bibles use, why we compare them one to another, why we go online. We look at these findings of biblical scholars, seeing if there's actual, archaeological evidences for any of these things. Because we need to make sure that what is being told to us by these officials, in our religion is actually truthful to what the Bible says and who put the Bible together. Because the Jews never had a bound book of the Bible until after Rome took control. And then they helped Romans put together a list of books that they read, and the Romans still didn't even accept all that they were using during that time period. or even listening to the Christians and what they were using in that time period. The Septuagint, like, look at this. This is Reformed Mazora, Substack.com. The additions to Esther are not scriptural. If you read the book of Esther in the Septuagint, rather than the Masoretic text, which we know comes at like 900 to 1000 AD, you will notice there are several extra chapters in the Septuagint. Chapters 11 through 16, which is known to the additions. Now, besides that, we just read in the original 10 chapters of Esther that it has much more information than the Hebrew does. Okay, already there's additions in the 10 known chapters to the Masoretic text. Nicholas of Lyra said of these chapters, now you need to, if you take what he says as truth, you need to go find out who is Nicholas of Lyra, what does he believe in theologically, how does he live his life after he comes to the faith, like does he die to the world or does he live in the world? The rest which comes after I do not intend to explain because it is not in the Hebrew, neither does it belong in the canonical scriptures, but rather it seems to have been invented by Josephus and other writers. Afterward, it was inserted into the Vulgar edition. Okay, so Josephus doesn't live until the 1st century AD, right? Within the time, he's a man by 70 AD because he's a general of the army. So he comes just after the time of Jesus Christ. But Josephus magically wrote a book that is in the Greek Septuagint that comes 300 years before him. Minimum 300 years before him. Josephus made it up. Now, there are other reasons why we come to the same conclusion, because these additions to Esther. In the 2nd year of Artaxerxes, that is Xerxes or Ahasuerus, the most reigned, the mightiest king reigned, Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, of the lineage of Benjamin, saw a dream in the 1st day of the month of Nisan, that is June. The 2nd year reigning Artaxerxes, the most of the 1st day of the 9th month of Nisan, Mordecai, the son of Jair, and the month of Nisan is very important to the Jews. Okay, very important to them. But did you know that the month of June / July, because they are in between our Gregorian calendar months, right? According to biblical, how they keep track of time, their calendar. That is the same time period that the androgyne goddess and her month of Pride Parade, okay, the month of celebration of perversion, of inversion and all that stuff, it happens around the same time. And it just so happens that they name it after a Babylonian deity, Nisan. So you should go look up and see who the Babylonian deity Nisan is, what it represents. Probably androgyne, probably perversion. All right, so he's of Benjamin. While in the traditional text of Esther 2:16, William Whitaker, A Disputation of the Holy Scripture, points out that we read these events occurred in the 7th year of his reign. All right, so it quotes that. Of course, both cannot be true. The article is heavily indebted to Whitaker's disputation, which is free to read on monergism. Wow, that's a name. This manuscript of Esther states, when Mordecai in his sleep had seen things, he rose from his bed. He thought, what would God do? And he had a fast set in his soul this vision. He coveted to know what the dream signified, which thing then Mordecai had seen, and risen out of his bed. He had thought what God would do. He fixed he had in the inwit, coveting to know what the sweven should be token. So there was a 5-year discrepancy between the action of the apocryphal and the canonical book of Esther. So again, they don't have consistently the same book written through history. It's always changing. Now, these additions to Esther are more odd when we consider the introduction in 1101. In the 4th year, when Ptolemy and Cleopatra had reigned, Dositheus had said himself to be a priest and of the kin of Levi, and Ptolemy his son brought this epistle of lots into Jerusalem, which epistle that they had said Lysimachus, the son of Ptolemy, translated. This is a rubric. For this beginning was in the common translation, which beginning is not told in Hebrew, neither in any of the translators. The 4th year reigning Ptolemy and Cleopatra. Okay, so it just repeats it in a different way. This very much is out of time of the events of the book of Esther itself, which had taken place in the 5th century BC, compared to the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, brother and sister, who reigned in Egypt as co-heirs around 51 BC, placing the delivery of this letter about the year of 48 BC. All right, so it keeps talking about all these additions to, which isn't given in the original Esther in the first 10 chapters. But herein lies the problem. If the Septuagint, again, and I'm again repeating this for myself, if the Septuagint comes before the Hebrew, because we have proven that Josephus isn't quoting from the Hebrew, and he's an Edomite Jew, meaning he is of the Edomite heritage that converted to Judaism during this time period, okay, this intertestamental time period, that his lineage had converted to Judaism, because the Nabateans pushed the Edomites in while they were all expelled into Babylon/Persia. And so they had room to go there. They converted to Judaism forcefully. They were forced to convert, to circumcise themselves and participate with the Jews. And so when the remnant of Israel had returned, they had even ruled over the true Israelites. And this is how we see Herod the Great is a ruler over the Israelites during this time. How Judeans are speaking every language under the sun during the time of Jesus Christ, when the gift of languages is given by the Spirit. So, like, none of this is making sense. None of it is clear. It has its own issues between all the different versions. The Hebrew lacks, and this is exactly what happened in First Esdras, which is included in the King James Apocrypha. All right, it's called one Esdras and two Esdras, and this is also found. One Esdras is found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, it's also found in other manuscripts, except for this Hebrew Masoretic and more modern manuscripts. And they've pretty much summarized in Ezra. They summarized First Esdras, which is one Ezra. They summarize the whole book. They're omitting certain portions of the story that is in one Esdras that comes before it. And my thing is like they're doing the same thing in Esther. The Esther in the Septuagint is more lengthy. It has more chapters. And I don't care about anything after chapter 10. What we're reading from 1 to 10 is not equal to the Masoretic text. Okay, so if it's just additions to the Esther that's wrong in the Septuagint, then why is there so much omission in the Hebrew Masoretic? Yes, and that's my thing, is like, if the rabbis are obsessed with it, you probably should stay away from it. Because when you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, they don't have it. Now, the Septuagint has it, but that's when they're exiled in Egypt, right? So if these people are exiled in Egypt into something BC, right? This is supposedly they're exiled there. That's why the Jews are there. That's why Ptolemy II has them write their scriptures into the Greek language so he can put it in his great library of Alexandria before it burnt down. So this supposedly happened a few hundred years prior to, but it's not in the Dead Sea Scrolls if the Dead Sea Scrolls are actually truthful. The Hebrew Masoretic in 1000 AD contains a completely different version. There's three more other versions out there besides the Septuagint and the Masoretic. And the Septuagint has more information written in 300-ish, almost 300 BC, but supposedly has additions to it that was written in 48 BC. So let me go see if Esther actually has that many chapters in the Septuagint. No. The Septuagint does not have additions. It only goes to chapter 10. But within that 10th chapter, in the 4th year of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, who said that he was a priest and a Levite, and Ptolemy his son had brought in the published letter of, okay, so it's talking about some other king, that letter of whatever, which they said existed, which some other son of Ptolemy who was in Jerusalem had interpreted. And Mordecai says all these things. God remembers his people, vindicates them. And then it skips this history in this last edition in chapter 10. There's no chapter 16. There's no chapter 15. It does give confirmation. It just gives us whole history. And then it talks about, at the very end of Esther, it talks about the king and queen, these brother and sister, who are ruling and reigning hundreds of years later, bring in this published letter of some scribe, obviously regarding Mordecai, and they said that it existed, which the son of Ptolemy, who was in Jerusalem, interpreted it. So this must have come in way later. I'm going to have to find out when this edition came in to the book of Esther at the very end. Because none of this is making sense. And you would think that if they took out the additions to Daniel, which exists in the Septuagint, in the time period that it was written, they omitted it in the Hebrew. They deny, like, Bel and the Dragon. They remove the rape of some girl by Jews out of Daniel. Obviously, they're omitting their crime. I don't know. This is just nonsense. So, again, it's not to come to this conclusion of throwing your hands up in the air. But the reason why we were reading the Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 6, regarding Esther, is to find out, Josephus in the 1st century, is he using the original Hebrew or is he using the Greek manuscript? And it's very clear he has been using the Greek manuscript, and he's not quoting from the Hebrew Masoretic or the Hebrew manuscripts at all. We'll finish this up tomorrow. I want to finish looking at this, about this version that Josephus is continuously quoting from. Let's see if he has any explanation about Cleopatra being in it at the end of the Septuagint, which he may or may not. Now, the thing is also about Josephus that you need to pay attention to as I'm looking at this, because I wanted to see how long that this Esther crap would go on. This is a direct interpretation, okay, of these names transliterated. How John slew his brother Jesus in the temple. Obviously not John the Baptist and Jesus Christ. Obviously not these people, because it's coming right after Esther. But if Josephus is in existence in the 1st century, in the same 100 years after 0 that Jesus existed in, why is his name not Josephus? It's Josephus. Why is he using the Greek name Jesus? Why is he not saying Yeshua, Yehoshua? Why is he not, if Josephus is a Jew and they have the original Hebrew, why does Josephus never use these pretended original Hebrew names? So before my phone dies, I want you guys to consider looking at the original language of Josephus and looking and seeing what language he's writing it in, and look and see the names that he's using and what letters that they are, and tell me that a Jew of the first century who wrote in the Greek language, why he would be using the Greek language in the first century if that's not the main language of the Jews. I want you to consider these things. And is that sacred name movement really of God or of these Antichrist rabbis who want you to pray to the Antichrist Yeshua Sar HaPanim? I want you to think about that. Okay? Also, before I go, I will always encourage you to get off the freaking internet. I'm going to post... you guys know that Well Here We Go is like my favorite Odyssey creator. I'm gonna post his newest lecture. It is lengthy. I couldn't even get through it because it was so long, so I encourage you to just watch it in parts. And the title again is going to be off-putting. It's the same lecture series as the connection between the Jews and the Catholics and their satanic pedophilic religion. It's about modern day mind control, though, about what is still transpiring today to condition you to start accepting maps or child love, okay? Who it is being employed by, and what this new term, and they're calling it spinning. Okay, let me put it up here. So he talks about this spin programming. It's a newly uncovered, it doesn't mean it's newly existing. It's a form of MK Ultra. It's a newly uncovered technique of systematic mind control. And they will use it through ritual abuse. So it's basic, this paper, okay, and you got to look up for the articles, and I don't know if this is the same article because I was listening to it. I wasn't looking at the screen. But this is an article by John D. Laverne, and you should go look up that last name on Avotenu, just in case. But this is basically a document discussing this form of mind control through abuse. And we know that the majority of people's homes, in their home, they are suffering some form of abuse, whether it be verbal, emotional, physical, sexual, and they could be receiving it outside of their house. We know that they psychologically condition us in public schools. They are definitely doing it in colleges. They do it in religions. Okay, it doesn't matter what one, including Catholicism and Christianity. Doesn't matter what kind of Christianity. They also do it in those religions as well. And this is by using ritualistic abuse, which is not always like, we're going to tie you up and do really bad things to you, right? Ritualistic, what does that mean? A prescribed performance of a repetitive worship practice, right? Because they have rituals in churches as well. The Eucharist is a ritual, right? So they're this ritualistic abuse, and abuse means to overdo it by excessiveness of either how much you're doing it or the force of what you're doing, right? So take a good consideration to what these words actually mean. What are the true definitions of words to give you a better, more clear, in-depth understanding of what they're actually saying? Because remember, they have double speak sometimes. So, or you may not think as deeply as you should about what exactly that they're saying and how the ways of the application can be used. So this is what I had been saying about churches, right? Churches ritualistically abuse the congregation through their performances in their religion to create this cognitive dissonance within the laity, meaning the people they rule over. so that they will never turn away from the religion, from the practices, even if what they practice and what they continuously do transgresses the scriptures or the manuscripts that they say that they follow. Okay? This is why the Catholics are in cognitive dissonance. This is why the Protestants pretend that they don't have anything to do with the Catholics and their ways of worship, which they absolutely do. They're Reformed Catholics. That's why they're called the Reformers. They reformed what already was, okay? Which means that their basic core elements of worship is exactly Catholicism. They just kind of whitewashed it to make it not look so shitty. Okay? So this is how, like, when I talk about the Eucharist and how it is a pagan ritual in the name of Jesus Christ, and the Christians freak out and they get pissed off and they leave my group or my live or whatever, it offends them because they have cognitive dissonance. They don't want to acknowledge that there are other religions, including Satanism, that perform cannibalistic rituals, even mock cannibalistic rituals, in the name of their demons. They don't want to admit that they're doing the same form of worship to their God. And the same thing with anything else in religion, okay? So I will post that on my Facebook. It is worth you guys watching, I think. Let me take this off so I can see what you're saying. Sorry, girl. Yes, exactly. They are the daughters. I'll post it up so you guys can take a listen to it. I think it was interesting. He goes into a lot of detail. He seems to get sidetracked, but again, he says it's for the purpose of understanding what he's talking about. You got to read some articles to get all the facts so that you can understand the conditioning of our minds. And he's talking about, they use this spinning, they use the spin programming to condition us through social media. And this is why it has been so easy with propaganda. What is propaganda? Consistently repeating a lie until it becomes the truth, right? So they are consistently using propaganda, and they've been conditioning us for decades upon decades to accept the insane things that they are getting people to believe and buy into, and to be so emotionally distraught and violent against others who oppose their conditioning and their brainwashing. This is why, like, you tell the Sacred Name Group movement, like, you've fallen for Jewish lies, and they will flip out on you. They will hate you to their core. They will call you every name in the book and oppose your faith, right? They'll say, you're not going to be saved. Because that's what they say anyways. If you don't say all these fake Hebrew names, you're never going to be saved. Because you're calling upon a wrong God, right? Or the people who believe in, like, all of their iconography, which is literally idolatry, right? You cannot speak against that because we've been so conditioned to have idols in our places of worship for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years that is just normal to them. And so when they see a place without it, they're, like, shocked. And when you tell them it's idolatry, they will say you're a heretic, you're a Protestant, you're this, you're that. They'll name call, because that's how it works. Is if you upset somebody's delusion, okay, whether it is given by themselves through this emotional programming, basically, or if they are brainwashed into believing that this is acceptable, that they will try to pretend, they will defend it. When they get caught not having truths behind their defense, then they will go immediately to bashing and name calling, all right, because they don't have truth behind them. So then there just comes the insults. So this is like the kind of behavior that I myself have to make myself aware of not to repeat, and sometimes I do fall to it. You notice that when I talk about paganism, Satanism, lies, and like this study today, how many quote unquote Christians came in here today to yell at me about the name, about this, about that, about how they think, their theology, their eschatology. How many people came in here to yell at me? No one, because nobody's going to argue against the lies that we expose because they're lies. So they're never going to come in here and argue against those things. I've only had like 4 Muslims come in here to try to like get on my live so they can argue Christianity with me when the core subject was Judaic belief with their Judaic mythology. Okay, we're not arguing Christianity. I didn't have anybody come in here and argue about it besides the Muslims who want to argue everything. Because they hear an English-speaking person and they think you're only going to be talking about Christianity, right? But I didn't have any Christians come in here and yell at me about anything. None. So, you know, that just shows... Sorry, I was getting a text from my kid's school about a false alarm. Okay, sorry. All right. So that just goes to show you that, like, Satan allows lies. But when you start contradicting the lies within the true faith of Jesus Christ, he's gonna send all of his emissaries against you. And it doesn't matter if they call themselves Christians. If they are operating in paganistic ways, in these false rabbinical traditions that are converting Christians out of salvation into this false messianic movement, you know, he's gonna come for you, man. You start exposing the truth of his bullshit, he's gonna come for you. But while you are expressing all of these very well-known, very blatant lies, nobody's really upset about it. You know, they already know it's lies. They already know that those religions are false and demonic and blah, blah, blah. So anyways, I'm going to get that posted up on Facebook. It is up to you. I've already posted like all these like other pages. And again, when I post things that are not explicitly about the Bible, that are just trying to show you the lies that we've been fed, or to expose from out of the horse's mouth. This is never to incite hatred against any group of people. You cannot hate and say that you love God. You are supposed to love your enemies and do good unto them. But for the sake of my Christian brothers and sisters, this is why I share things with you, so that the stumbling blocks that we fall all over every day, that you can catch yourself falling over them and prohibiting you from running in a circle and falling back over them. You know, it's never for you guys to hate people. It's never, like, I don't hate them. I'm upset at how, and this is my anger. I do not hate the people who have been deceived by Satan. I don't even hate them for worshiping Satan and lying about it. I am angry because the Christians eat it up. They do not do their own due diligence to test every spirit. I am angry at them for being slothful in their research because they don't. I am angry for them sitting like dead sheep or sheep to the slaughter in a pew every week and just have this very laissez-faire relationship, if at all, with Jesus Christ. It's disgusting. You're not going to get saved that way. You're not going to become born again by sitting there being force-fed lies by every denominational teaching under the sun that is now cohesively coming together as the Great Delusion. You're going to die in your sins. You're going to die in disbelief in God, your Christ. And so that's where my anger stems from, is it's not even so much to the people who are doing it. It's to the lazy Christians who will not get off their high horse and do the work. Put your life into those scriptures. Ask God hard questions. Let him reveal the truth to you and accept it and correct yourself. You know, how many times have you had to see me correct myself with what God has exposed to me? How many times have you seen me have to make apology for what I had previously taught and then come back to teach it different because God was like, hey, you're not teaching the right thing, right? So you have to, as a Christian, be able to self-correct. Even if you fall back into the shit, let God pick you back up out of it. Confess that you fell back into it, whatever it be, even if it's an emotional state. And you have to continuously do that. You have to continuously daily humble yourself before the Lord and whatever that he lays bare before you to get you out of the crap that Satan is always trying to put you into. So that's really, truly where my anger stems. And the more that I find out, even though it's grievous, that's why you sit and you chew on it for a little bit. You sit and you chew on that for a little bit, and God will give you that time before he brings something else to you, because he doesn't want to overwhelm you. He just wants you to know the truth. And if you feel overwhelmed by the information God is making known to you, whether it be in his Bible or discovering Satan and his delusions, you are dying to your sinful nature. You are dying to that brainwashing that you had received. And God is cleansing your spirit. He is cleansing your mind. Okay? And you got to die to that flesh, man. You have to. So don't get, and how everybody grieves is different. So if you cry a lot, don't be ashamed of that when the Spirit touches your soul. If you get angry in grief, don't take that anger out in an evil manner against anybody. Okay? Don't do that. And do not find joy in the suffering of others, because that's what anger will do. You will start finding joy in the suffering of others. Don't do that. I get angry when I grieve, when I'm sad. I don't sit around and cry like a baby all the time. I'm just a very it puts a fire in my heart and I just get angry. So I have to learn how to control that. And I always constantly say that is my greatest sin, is I have to learn to control my anger. So figure out how you grieve and learn how to control that, and ask God to help you to do it. You can't do it without him. But again, don't let anything that you learn ever make you become hateful to any people, to where you wish death upon them in your heart. Don't do that. Pray to the Lord, expose things to God, testify to him, and be a witness to him, right? Because it's just like when he is the judge. And if you see something evil going on, and going to the corrupt authorities isn't going to change. I'm not saying about the little things. I'm talking about the great conspiracy of Satan and his rule over this earth. If you see these things transpiring, like what they're doing to our children, all these kids coming up missing, you understand the underground churches and synagogues, what they're doing. You understand how the infiltration into Christianity to divide us and to spew this hatred. You see these things happening. Testify this to the Lord before the heavens and the earth, so that they are a witness at their judgment, so God himself can avenge. We do not sit there and wish harm on anybody. We just ask God to witness this, to stop it, and to make a quick end of it, and ask to receive him quickly. That's how we need to approach these things. So again, anything that I post, it's not to be hateful. It's not to incite hate in you. It's just to expose all these lies so that you guys quit transitioning out of being saved by God, your Christ, into this fake Messianic Jewish movement. All right? You have to draw the line on what is truth and what is fallacy. If you don't, you're going to fall for anything that they teach you. And we're not supposed to be doing that. Hey, baby.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I'm so scared. I thought my phone's gonna get crispy because the fire alarm just beeped out of nowhere.
Yeah, they texted me and said it was a false alarm.
I was scared. I thought my phone was gonna go a little crispy.
No, it's okay. All right.
Can I take this off?
Guess who lost their sweatshirt? Got it back.
Good job. Go find your phone now. Yeah, you can start. Dude, you don't have to wear it all the time. If it's uncomfortable, take it off. It's only there to support you while your wrist is hurt. And if it's bothering you, it's going to make it worse.
Well,
you took it off of there before, and I don't know what happened to it after that.
I had it really tight one day. So.
You have both of those on? You should only wear one at a time, dude. Or else your wrist is not going to heal right, and you're gonna make it weak. All right, I'm going to let you guys go. No, I'm not. Don't say that.
Say what?
Said that I'm awesome, and I'm like, no, I'm not. Don't say that. God is awesome. God is good, right?
You say you're gonna beat me.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat you because I just beat you all the time. I do. You're right.
Totally. He totally did.
You hear that, you guys? I'm so mean to my kids.
She totally beats me.
Shut up. They're really gonna think that I do.
It's a joke.
All right. But, you know, like, I'm going to go post that. I want you guys, again, anything that I've said, anything that we looked at today, you can get the Antiquities of the Jews free PDF, right?
Mom.
No, we're not riding our bike. No.
Sometimes your jokes don't sound like jokes.
They don't? I know.
They just sound like
It's jaded sarcasm. Yeah. Did you guys ever watch that stupid show, Daria on MTV? Yeah. That's what my sarcasm has been compared to. All right, but God's blessings to you guys. I'm going to get off of here and hang out with these kids. Yeah, for sure. And I hope that you guys have a really great rest of your day. I'll be on tomorrow. We're going to do a little bit more of this. I want to get into the point of, and I know I've been doing a lot of stuff outside of the Bible, but I want to get to the point of where we find what does Josephus write about Jesus Christ. All right, I do want to get that found out. Because I think it's really important also to see secular testimony of Jesus Christ to prove his existence. So I think I'm going to look for that tonight and mark it so that we have that to look at. And we're going to finish up this garbage about Esther. And again, do your own research on it. I don't want you guys to just believe everything that I say. Do your own research on it. Look it up. Look at the controversy. If there is a controversy about the legitimacy of a verse or a book, you need to study it out and find out why. Okay? Yeah. All these arguments, yes. Even her own existence, right? Because it's garbage. Like, you look at all these justifications that are completely contrary to the book of Ezra, the king that they claim it to be. How can Mordecai be alive? Because there is Mordecai, right? There is a man named Mordecai who they propose is the same Mordecai of the book of Esther, the uncle, right? Because he goes into exile the same time Ezra and Nehemiah do. He's also supposed to be helping them rebuild the city and the temple, right? He goes back with them. But yes.
Why is there another crunch wrap just sitting in the fridge?
That's your sister's. Don't touch it. But you see, like, okay, why is nobody writing about the great friendship of this Artaxerxes when he's literally the one who prohibited the building of the temple, right? Why don't they write about him nullifying his own decree for Haman to destroy all the Jews? Where's that written at in Esther or Nehemiah or any of the books during that time period? It just doesn't exist. And that's a very important, apparently, event for the Jews, that this one Persian king who prohibited them from finishing building the temple in the city, that he also decreed them to die, all of them, from India to Ethiopia, and that he also, by his wife, a Jewess, who saved them. You'd think that Ezra, Nehemiah, or any of these other people would be writing about this, and they don't. So, read your Bibles. Test every book against each other. I've given you guys on Facebook, it is a list of all supposed books that were ever read or thought to be read by any Jew or Christian, from a bunch of different nations, like including the Gnostic books, which are from Egypt, Alexandria, not the Dead Sea Scrolls. Gnostic scriptures are not the Dead Sea Scrolls books, okay? But I've given you a list of all kinds of these books that aren't even included, and as long as you have read the Bible and you have a good core understanding of who God is, even when he came as Christ, and you understand what he expects of us, when you read all these extra books, you can test them against the Bible to see if they are valid or not. How much do they really go astray from the true word of God? Like, you have to test all these things. And what about the ones who completely confirm the scriptures that aren't in the Bible? Who told them they could throw those things out, you know? So I've already put this stuff, apparently like hundreds and hundreds of years, right? Mordecai is just living for hundreds and hundreds of years, even though no other Jew during that time is. Crazy. But I want you guys to test all these books, in the Bible against each other. Do they all have the same core meaning? If your Bible teachers and scholars are saying there's all these connections in every book, one to another, from the old to the new, and they're always confirming each other, but then you find a couple books that don't even mention God at all in the Hebrew Masoretic, and then God's never speaking to them at all in the Septuagint, even though they're praying to God, and they don't line up with anything else of Jesus, because all scriptures point to God in the flesh, Jesus Christ. I don't see it in Esther. I don't see it in Song of Songs. So who said that they can be put in there? Who would be the ones who hate Jesus Christ to insert them into a canon? I want you to think about these things, okay, guys? Like, use your brains, and I know that may sound derogatory, but we do not use our brains, and we don't have critical thinking as a whole of society anymore because it's been conditioned out of us. So stop listening to these crazy narratives that are brainwashing people to just accept anything, and be very critical, not into the point where you just throw everything out, but be critical at how you look at things, what you take for truth, so that you don't deceive yourself and others, okay? And we're all a work in progress, so have mercy on yourself as you're letting God grow you. But go test these things out, guys. So I'm going to go get that posted on Facebook. I'm going to let you guys go. I really sincerely hope that you guys have a really great day. I'll see you in the morning, and I hope that God blesses you abundantly and that you continue in your prayer and your reading and fellowshipping with our Lord Jesus Christ.